osób niepełnosprawnych, Biuro Pełnomocnika Rządu do Spraw Osób Niepełnosprawnych oraz Katolicki Uniwersytet Lubelski Jana Pawła II. Ja nazywam się Ewa Kula, reprezentuję Akademię Nowoczesnych Mediów KUL i będę miała przyjemność prowadzić dzisiejsze spotkanie. O otwarcie dzisiejszego dnia, drugiego dnia konferencji, bardzo proszę pana prezesa zarządu PFRON, pana Krzysztofa Michałkiewicza. Jego wystąpienie będzie miało temat dostępność możliwości włączenia społecznego osób ze szczególnymi potrzebami. Panie prezesie, bardzo proszę.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam serdecznie i tych, którzy znaleźli siłę i możliwości, żeby być z nami na sali, ale także witam tych, którzy w formie online uczestniczą w konferencji. Nie ukrywam, że dzisiejszy dzień jest dla nas ważny z tego względu, że jak pani prowadząca wspominała o tytule konferencji, to w rozwinięciu jest przeszłość, teraźniejszość i przyszłość. Wczoraj mówiliśmy o przeszłości i teraźniejszości, dzisiaj będziemy mówili o teraźniejszości i przyszłości i na pewno nowym takim faktem ważnym dla środowiska osób z niepełnosprawnościami jest dostępność. Także PFRON ma swoje konkretne zadania w realizacji i zapewnianiu dostępności i oczywiście wszyscy tej dostępności się uczymy. Z jednej strony oczywiście mamy doświadczenia osób z niepełnosprawnościami, które od lat walczą z różnego rodzaju barierami. Z drugiej strony mamy ustawę o zapewnieniu dostępności dla osób ze szczególnymi potrzebami, która to, co wcześniej było możliwością czy przywilejem, uczyniła prawem i to prawem, który został usankcjonowany przez ustawę. Mówiła o tym w wywiadzie dla integracji pani minister Jaroszyńska Jedynak. Wydaje mi się, że to jest faktycznie przełom, jeśli chodzi o myślenie o niepełnosprawności, o funkcjonowanie w miarę niezależnie osób z różnego rodzaju niepełnosprawnościami, że to faktycznie jest przełom, który dopiero z perspektywy czasu zobaczymy, jak bardzo zmienił funkcjonowanie naszego społeczeństwa i jak bardzo zmienił postrzeganie osób z niepełnosprawnościami przez społeczeństwo, ale także przez nich samych. Uważam, że faktycznie to, co się dzieje od lat, w tej chwili przyspieszyło i faktycznie efekty będą coraz bardziej widoczne. Proszę Państwa, nie przedłużam, bo wiem, że wczoraj prelegenci mieli kłopot zmieścić się w czasie zaprojektowanym w programie na ich wystąpienia. Chcielibyśmy dzisiaj tego uniknąć, więc przechodzimy do naszych gości. Przypomnę, że mamy cały blok wystąpień gości z zagranicy, którzy współpracują z Państwowym Funduszem Rehabilitacji Osób Niepełnosprawnych, ale w drugiej części będziemy mieli także tych, którzy koordynują wszystkie działania na rzecz uczynienia Polski dostępnej i przyjaznej dla wszystkich. Będzie pan dyrektor Krasucki, który Ministerstwo Funduszy i Polityki Regionalnej ciągle jest koordynatorem tych wszystkich zadań związanych i z ustawą o dostępności, i z programem Dostępność Plus. Zapraszam Państwa na konferencję. Uważam, że drugi dzień jest już otwarty i będziemy słuchać uważnie, co nasi prelegenci mają nam do powiedzenia. Dziękuję bardzo.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Now we are starting our English speaking session. At first, I kindly request Professor Simon Darcy from the Business School of the University of Technology, Sydney, Australia, to deliver the lecture entitled Local, Regional, National and International Mobilities, Personal Mobility, Transport, Travel and Tourism, and International Perspective After COVID-19.
Dzień dobry. Hello, and how are you from Simon Darcy in Sydney, Australia? And I am most honoured to be presenting my session today, and I will keep a very close eye on the time, as all of the speakers have got wonderful presentations. So I will quickly outline. Oops. I will quickly outline who I am. Um, I will be looking at aspects of the UN Convention. I will specifically look at what I call accessible tourism. I will look at the projections, the road to recovery, and what we know hasn't changed before looking at a reset button with COVID-19 and how do we get industry and cultural change. So who am I and why was I asked to speak? Well, you can't see my full embodiment, but for the first 19 years of my life, I lived in the non-disabled world until I had a surfing accident and I have a high-level spinal cord injury. And that is partly why I was asked to speak, but I am also a professor in a business school, in a management school, and I deliver inclusive practices. I am also a volunteer advocate for people with disability, sitting on many volunteer boards. And I do that also with expertise in environmental planning and was one of the first access auditors in Australia. I went on to get a PhD, and now I have written seven books, or co-authored 7 books, have hundreds of research papers, and do a lot of speaking. But I am a policy advocate for government. But in this photo, you can see myself with the red hat on and my wife with the red jacket, and on an accessible hot air ballooning flight in northern Spain. And I am passionate about travel and what it can bring to people. And I am also very aware of the issues that there are in traveling. So I will speak to some of those issues today. So I'm going to do that through the lens of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability and the underlying principles of respect and inherent dignity, individual autonomy, freedom to make choice, non-discrimination, full and effective participation in an inclusive society, a respect for difference, and an acceptance of persons with disability as part of humanity, not as something different. We need equalities of opportunity through access. We need a gender balance, and we need to respect the important aspects that children with disability face. So I will go on and I will speak about 4 articles of the UN Convention. Article 20, personal mobility, Article 9, accessibility, Article 27 on employment, and Article 30 on cultural industries and practice. Personal mobility is so important for individuals to ensure that they can move around with the greatest level of independence as possible. And I must say that it's not just about mobility or having some form of disability that requires you to use a wheelchair or other assistive technology. It's just as important for people who are blind or vision impaired, who are deaf or hearing impaired, who have a cognitive disability or a learning disability, or have mental health issues. So personal mobility affects different types of disabilities in different ways. That photo is actually a photo of me in the old city of Rome on a trekkie that's run by a tour company. And that trekkie has only got one wheel, powered by 2 very healthy young men in this case, and it allowed me to get into areas of old Rome that I wouldn't have been able to see. And as somebody that studied ancient history, I got to see where Julius Caesar was set upon and killed. And without this type of personal mobility, I would not have been able to get there. Yet, personal mobility is just as important around the house, in your local area, regionally, nationally. And what I like to do with work and leisure is to travel overseas. So when we think of accessibility, most people think of the built environment, but there is also transport, and most importantly, in the modern age, like we are doing tonight, information and communication technology. So we need access in a physical sense, but we need access in a virtual sense, as well as socio-economic access as well. Unless we have an equal and equitable opportunity for accessibility, then we are restricted in our ability to what I call live, work, play, and travel. And of course, in a world economy that is challenged at the moment, people with disability need the right to work and to have employment, as it gives the material, it gives literally the materiality in order to have choice and control. But most people don't live to work, they work to live. And that is so in their cultural life. They have the resources, they have the ability, they have the accessibility in order to partake of those activities that enrich their lives. In my case, it might be being able to get out on the water or into the bush, or go for a fish, or watch sport. But there's a richness to life that people need to have an equality of access to. So the UN Convention gives us a framework, but that framework is only as good as what I call the regulations and the teeth to the legislation. And in this next slide is a building, and every country has its moments in history where a combination of forces come together to create social change. The picture on this slide is a building called the Brisbane Exhibition and Convention Centre, and it became a very important part of Australian disability history because of a federal court action that was taken that said people with disabilities should have the right to come in through the front door, not be segregated and pushed in through a rear access. So Kevin Cox, an individual with a disability, challenged and made sure there was access at a major cultural institution coming in the front way rather than being segregated. And in a tourism sense, there are many things we need to do to ensure access, and a lot of it has to do with the other two words up on the screen, apart from enabling environments, positive social attitudes towards people with disability. So in moving on to tourism specifically, and a lot of people talk about disability tourism or tourism and disability, my work has been around conceptualizing accessible tourism. And I do so because I believe it involves collaborative processes between stakeholders that enable people with access requirements across all types of disability to function independently and with equity and dignity through the delivery of universally designed environments. And the definition adopts what I call a whole of life approach. where people through their lifespan benefit from accessible tourism provision. Whether somebody has a temporary disability, a permanent disability, whether they're older, whether they're obese, whether that's families with young children and prams, or whether they're the workers in these environments where we know that the environments are more sustainable and safer environments to work in. I want to now move on to some statistics. And just before you read the graph, the blue relates to people with disability. The red relates to non-disabled. For some reason, the red hasn't come up on the legend. So what do we know hasn't changed? There is very little good data. Australia happens to have some good data on tourism, and I'm using that now. There's also good data in parts of the US, parts of Spain, parts of South America. Tourism, 3 types: day trip, overnight travel, and outbound travel. This pattern that I'm about to show you has stayed consistent for 30 years. On day trips, people with disability and the non-disabled travel at about the same rate. In fact, on the last time I did the stats, people with disability travel at a 2% higher rate. But when it comes to overnight travel, this drops substantially by 23%. Why is it that people with disability travel less overnight? Similarly, when it goes to overseas travel, and I wish I was over there with you in Poland at the moment, travel by people with disability drops by 50%. So what's different? What makes this change harder for people to travel as they move to overnight and overseas? Well, quite simply, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, refer to what's known as the travel chain. And it refers to all elements that make up a journey, from the starting position of a destination, including pedestrian access, vehicles, transfer points. If any link is inaccessible, the entire trip becomes difficult. And this travel chain means that when, if you're going by car or plane, or you're staying overnight, there's extra things that make the travel chain much more difficult to remain continuous depending on your type of disability. So in a variety of research I've done, people with disability continually say, and this came from a direct quote, "I just want to do cool things without the hassle." And I could have picked 1,000 images, but most people will be familiar with the Sydney Opera House. I should have had the Harbour Bridge there as well. And this is on New Year's Eve. People come from all over the world, and to get to an experience, a pinnacle experience like this, there's many separate links in the travel chain. And I want to go local and then global again. So for many of you, a really important part of living in a community, and maybe I am showing my bias, is I enjoy going to my local tavern, or as we say in Australia, a pub. Now, going back 15 years ago, this was not accessible to me because in this map, there was 1.4 kilometres from my house to the tavern, but there was not a continuous pathway. Fairly simple for a wheelchair user, curb cuts in the road, a good pathway, crossing so you don't get run over, and through some well-placed phone calls, I was able to organise with my local council. And of course, along the way, there is a Buddhist temple, a Catholic church, a convention centre that holds up to 800 people, a flower stall, a major swimming centre, as well as a number of cafes and nurseries. And not long after the continuous pathway was put in, many other people use it: cyclists, mums with prams, young children. And so the travel chain becomes important for many. However, when we go to overnight travel, away from home travel, there are many more links. So the travel chain is what's between us and the experience. So this is one of my favorite trips I ever did, and it was within Australia, and every dot point represents a link in the travel chain that if it wasn't there, I would not have been able to get to the experience that I wanted. And that experience was to be out on a boat at a place called Magnetic Island in far north Queensland. And I specifically wanted to go reef fishing, and this fish is called a coral trout, one of the great eating fish. But if any one of those bullet points wasn't, the link in the chain was broken, I would not be able to get to do my experience. And so in an international sense, we see tremendous innovation, whether it be in Italy with the Trekkie, or whether it be in northern Spain with a hot air balloon that was designed in a way that I could get my chair in, transfer, and be lifted up so I could see like everybody else. In an outdoor context, this is the highest peak in Australia called Mount Kosciuszko. This was an all abilities trek. Wheelchair users, people that were blind, people that were deaf, young families with little children. And it took a big group of people many months to organise to get this trek done. But it was a tremendous outcome. First time that it was done, it's being done all the time now. So in a tourism sense, we want to welcome everyone. And that starts at the local level, because a good local community that's welcoming and embracing is a great place to visit. So whether it's me in Australia living in a nice area with an appealing environment and a national park very close to me, or whether it's you in Poland with wonderful history that I want to see, if our local environments are good, they're good for, they are very good for tourists. In this sense, I just want to touch on COVID. In 2019, I had some wonderful experiences. Melbourne, Adelaide, Perth, London, Seville, Spain, Auckland, New Zealand, Queenstown. And this one was an ecotourism experience, feeding thrasher sharks, instead of catching and killing, going out and enjoying wildlife in its area. But for that to occur, we needed, in all the boats in this marina, one boat was accessible. Yet one operator decided, through a very simple retrofit, as we can see down on the right of the screen, to custom fit a ramp to allow anyone in a wheelchair to get on. Similarly, it could have been done for, through audio description for somebody that was blind or people with other types of disability. The same occurred when I got to get up onto a glacier using a very innovative helicopter company to get these tremendous views in Queenstown. So again, enabling environments, positive attitudes. And here on the left is the helicopter crew, together with my beautiful wife, Fiona, one of my helpers, Deborah, and the helicopter company, together with the assistive technology of my chair that brought me up to a level that made it easy to get into the helicopter. We all know that in 2020, everything changed, and protective equipment became the way to go. Travel figures dropped through the floor and are just starting to rebound. But what do we as people with disability, or those trying to support them, need to get onto the road to recovery? Well, what we don't need is the same normal. What we want to do is hit the reset button and make things better than they were before COVID. And we've seen two excellent strategies by the UN, World Tourism Organization, and their Inclusive Recovery Guide, on the socio-cultural impacts of COVID. And secondly, the World Travel and Tourism Council have also put out a wonderful guide on inclusive and accessible travel guides post-COVID. So I want you to ask yourself, how do we get an industry to undertake cultural change so that access and inclusion will just be first principle? And in doing so, rather than the old normal coming back, what we want to do is to promote through these international conventions and through the new policy and through better understandings by companies and better livable communities, we want to promote a better ordinary so that people with disability post-COVID have much richer experiences than they did pre-COVID. And we're in a period of time where we have the opportunity to make sure things come back better than they were before. So thank you very much. And I just want to say once again, what an honour it has been to present here today. I've got contact details and there's some very good books on accessible tourism if people are interested. And I would also just like to say a person that's no longer with us, Dr. Scott Rains, a theologian, a constituent networker, and I just wanted to pay homage to his absolutely terrific legacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Darcy, for a very interesting presentation. Now I want to invite Professor Arun Mehta, the president of the Bidirectional Access Promotion Society, to present the lecture entitled Developers of Free Software for Persons with Multiple Disabilities.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to share my presentation. Please just give me a second. One second, please, 1 second. Okay, could someone please confirm that you can see my first slide and hear my voice?
No, we're not able to at the moment.
Oh dear.
Okay, Professor, we can always share the presentation from here, from our room.
That would be terrific. That would be terrific. Okay, so let me start speaking. The title of my presentation is The Extraordinary Challenges Addressing Access for Persons with Multiple Disabilities in Developing Countries. And below that is my name, my email address, and 2 websites that I have set up. My second slide, for those who are blind, shows a photograph of Professor Stephen Hawking and with me, and in his hand is a button, a very, very significant button, because he couldn't speak, he couldn't move independently, but with this one button he could type, and he had software that allowed him to speak using text to speech. Now, the role of technology in his life became apparent to me from this experience. Now, on his website, and I'm going to the next slide, what Professor Stephen Hawking says about his disability is that he did not think about it a lot. Basically, there were very few things that he wanted to do that it prevented him from doing. I found that mind-blowing for a person so severely disabled to be able to say that, and it totally confirmed to me the role that technology can play in the lives of severely disabled people, and it helped me to find a direction for my own life. Because, and this is the question I'm sure in everybody's mind, I mean, it is one thing for Professor Stephen Hawking to be able to say that he doesn't think about his disability much because it doesn't prevent him from much. But what about a person who's living in a developing country who does not have the backing of the formidable NHS or Cambridge University or of the amazing technologists that Professor Hawking had access to? Um, in a developed country, this is what I learned off of a mailing list called Acolag. A person typically spends around about 25,000 US dollars each year on technology, on finding out what technology to acquire, on acquiring it, and then learning how to use it, and then finally, and most significantly, having it repaired every once in a while. Now, the problem with this sum of money, of course, for a developing country is that, even if you are middle class, you'd find that, a lot. But for a severely disabled person, the situation is much worse. Because even if you don't start out being poor, uh, in a country like this, you very quickly become poor because one earning member of the family now has to spend the whole day looking after you. And sadly, support from government is close to negligible. So one has to find other solutions. And this is what my humble effort also was about. Now, this is not an easy problem. I'm on my next slide now with the title Problems Relating to Access Technologies. Now, there is such a huge variety of disabilities, and when you talk about multiple disabilities, you have all kinds of combinations, varying severities, and so if you want to make optimal use of the limited abilities of the person, you really need software that is specially written for that person. Professor Hawking used all his life software that nobody else was using. Now, we try to work a lot with children, and now when we are working with children, the software needs to grow with the child. The needs of your 5-year-old are different from those of a 12-year-old or a 20-year-old or a 50-year-old or a 90-year-old. So also now, especially in a country like India, where we have so many different languages, and there are so many different things that people try to do with computers these days, and software must be able to address all of these. Now, so at a practical level, first of all, how do you find people to create this technology? And a really serious problem is at the furious rate of change of hardware and software, how do you keep up? I don't think I entirely have the answers to these questions, but I do have some experiences that I would like to share. So we decided early on that we wanted to focus on web programming. And back then, people didn't, use words like the cloud that much. And I still am a little bit uncomfortable with the way the direction the quote unquote cloud has taken. But simple web programming, HTML, that sort of stuff, the advantage is that there is so much installed base on the internet in simple HTML that it is very unlikely that this is going to get replaced by some other technology. We discovered several other advantages as we went along. It was great that users didn't need to install any software. So our entire problem with distributing software, updates, and all of those things was gone. We just needed to fix the software on the server and in one place, and then everybody could access it wherever they were in the world. We also appreciated very much, and so did the teachers and the educational institutions that worked with us, that it was relatively easy to track the usage. That means where was the user getting stuck, what was the user spending more time on, and what time of day, was the person able to perform tasks better in the morning or in the evening, etc. At the front end, we were basically using a regular web browser. And this is one piece of software that on which a lot of effort has been invested to make it accessible to people in different languages and with different disabilities. So what we were hoping for really was technology that would be future proof, and I have a question mark which I will discuss, um, so that software that was once written could be used forever. Now the question mark is that while the web, remain, and HTML and so on remain accessible, the languages and the platforms that run these over a period of time, they become outdated. You don't find people who can maintain them, etc., etc. So software written decades ago, its ability to still run today, question mark. Next slide. That was, of course, at the server end. Now, at the front end, you see, a lot of problems these days you can solve directly just at the front end. You don't necessarily need a server at the back. But, we did have, of course, the ability with the server at the back, which was written in Ruby and on Rails. But for the front end, and we spent a lot of time in looking at this space, what we found to be relatively affordable, available all over the country, if not all over the world, was the simple Android device, a phone or a tablet. It was also, something that people were familiar with. So I didn't need to spend time training people in how to use the device, only perhaps my software. We loved the variety of form factors. So, for example, working with a deaf person who had low vision, we were able to use tablets which had a 21-inch screen, right in large font. So with even very limited vision, the person could still read comfortably. Then, on the other hand, for people who completely could not see or hear, we were able to use small and very inexpensive Android phones that had the form factor of a BlackBerry. So it had a hard keyboard that people could work with. And this was, not even $50. So it was really very, very attractive. Android phones, the Android platform, the programming is extremely easy. What I prefer is something called MIT App Inventor, which was written jointly originally by the people at Google and by the people at MIT who came up with the Scratch programming language. So it's a really, really user-friendly programming language, yet it makes available to you the entire power of the Android phone. So it's really extremely helpful. We did a lot of apps for deaf, blind persons, persons with low vision or no vision, whether they're literate or illiterate, and so on. And these, if you go to our website, bopsy.org, you'll find the links to that. And if anyone is working with deaf, blind people, do please get in touch. And another very important aspect which we liked about smartphones in general, but specifically of the Android, was that the Play Store allows very easy distribution and management of upgrades, which is, a huge problem for a small organization like ours. So now, coming to the problems that one faces in developing countries, you see, one problem is that people in a country like India have lost faith in their own ability to judge good ideas. So typically, if you went to a funding agency, the government or some rich guy, and you came up and presented some nice idea, the question that they would ask you in some sort of a roundabout way would be, hey, if this is such a good idea, how come they're not doing it in the US already? And, really, there is no answer to that. I mean, people are doing it maybe in the US, but at $25,000 a year, so it doesn't work for us. Then we have, although, India is famous as an IT country, we have a lack of programmers when it comes to this kind of social work. Our programmers mostly work for multinationals, and I like to make the comparison with when we were a British colony and the British would take our cotton, turn it into cloth, and sell it back to us. Well, now the multinationals are doing it with our programmers, and they package the software that they write and then sell it back to us. So, we haven't moved much, sadly. Then another problem which we had, of course, and I started mentioning that, was that lack of programmers. And so really the only programmers that we could had access to was summer training for engineering computer students. And that has its limitations. They're there for a short time. You can't find them afterwards, etc., etc. So, our systems had to be designed such that even in that limited, space that they had and time that they had, they could do something with us. I'm very happy to say, though, that things are improving. You find a lot more people working in this space than, when I started. But my the way that to deal with this problem that I have attempted, and we've had a little bit of success with, is that to try and get software for disabled persons to be written by disabled persons. And there are some very good examples and role models here. I mean, I love this statement from Hofstadter, who was one of the guys who worked on JAWS, who says that every day he was building technology that the next day he was using himself, that was improving his life. I mean, that really blew my mind. I was very honored to spend a little time with TV Raman, who wrote Emacs Peak, who turned Linux machines and Emacs machines basically into very highly accessible platforms for blind people, and that is something that needs closer looking at. And of course, more recently, we've had, in the case of NVDA, the blind people working on open source software. In conclusion, what would be a good long-term solution? And I hope this is something that the Polish government might take seriously. Perhaps there is such a facility already in Poland. I am not aware of it, and I would be very happy to be made aware of it. A facility where students with different kinds of abilities and disabilities learn together how to create, maintain, repair, access technologies. That means they can work on technologies that improve their own lives and the lives of other people. Now, technology is changing very fast, and disabled persons are keen to take advantage of all the new developments that technology has to offer. And it does, of course, make a huge difference if one is able to do that. So this is a task that an institute like this could do on a permanent basis, which is to keep track of new technologies, to bring them into the curriculum, and to bring them into devices that people can actually use. while giving the people the confidence that if the device breaks down, that there is a place where they can take it, get it fixed. There's a place where they can go to have training if they have difficulty in using it, etc. And I am very honored to be invited to speak here, and it would be a great honor to support something like this. Speakers yesterday spoke a lot about the charity model in which disabled people are given jobs out of charity. Well, our experience with training disabled people in software writing has been very positive in that sense. I did a program together with the National Association for the Blind here in Delhi, and none of our students had difficulty finding jobs. These days, if you wish to supply software to the government, especially the US government, your software absolutely must be accessible. And by now, software teams have learned that having disabled people on the team makes the software accessible from day one. It gets baked in. You don't have to afterwards, try and put on some accessibility onto the thing. And also now, as people are growing old people are all people with multiple disabilities to greater or lesser extents. They have problems with vision, with hearing, with mobility, with cognitive challenges, etc. And a major challenge when we are trying to bring technology into the home, the internet into the home, is how will the old people manage with all these devices that surround them if they're not accessible to them? And so, if one is able to make devices accessible to persons with different kinds of disability, one automatically makes them accessible to persons who are old, which is, as one knows, the demographics is shifting that way. And those are the people in society who do have some money to spend on things like this. I hope I have not taken too much time, and I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mehta. Now the next lecture, entitled Universal Accessibility Towards a Safe, Equitable and Inclusive Environment for All, will be delivered by Dr. Joseph Kwan, founder and managing director of Universal Design and Accessibility Consultants. I invite Dr. Kwan to take the floor, so to speak. Professor, you need to switch on your microphone.
Still can't hear you, Joseph.
We can hear you. Could you try again? Still nothing. Professor, you need to do this on your level because we cannot switch on your microphone. You need to do this yourself on your laptop or computer. Okay, so a few minutes of your patience, please. Dr. Kwan will try to connect himself again in 1 minute.
Okay, hello, hello.
Yes, now we can hear you. Great.
Wonderful. I can see you now as well. Excellent. So now I shall upload my PowerPoint. My apologies. I'm glad we finally connected. Now I shall share my PowerPoint. I hope it works.
Yes, everything is fine.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
But I can't see. I can only see my PowerPoint. So I just talk without PowerPoint without wasting people's time. So thank you very much for the invitation to be here and congratulations on your anniversary. I'm delighted to be joining Simon, my old friend from Australia, and I'm sure talking after him, he's already gave me a very good introduction about accessible tourism. And of course, Professor Arun, who's mentioned ICT. So I'm coming from a perspective as an architect, as you can say a hardware designer, hardware in terms of the physical environment. And we try to make the environment safe, equitable, and inclusive. So I have many, many slides. I shall go very quickly on through them. And I think some of them you can see just by reading it, seeing it, you understand what I'm trying to say. So we're talking about architecture. It needs to be accessible, it needs to be inclusive, and it needs to be socially responsible. These are very important elements. Unfortunately, architects nowadays are designing for the form, just to be fancy, and typically they want this wow factor. You know, everything that looks outrageous and great to take photographs on. All these things they're into. This is unfortunately not something that I share. It's almost anti-accessibility. In fact, anti-inclusion. In fact, it's all for the shapes and the sizes, and it's totally wrong in my book. So we need to look at where we're coming from. We had the MDG in the year 2000. And then, of course, we found out a lot of shortcomings from MDG. And so at Y2K plus 15, at 2015, it was decided we need to review and come up with a new sustainable development goal. And this came through, of course, a few years ago. And of course, there are 17 different goals. And the one that really relates to us in terms of architecture and the built environment is goal 11. Basically, in terms of sustainable cities and communities, it says we need to make cities safe and inclusive. Simple as that. Safe and inclusive. So are we doing that? So we need to meet this goal by the year 2030. I think we need to work a lot harder to achieve these safe and inclusive goals. And the other major event that happened was probably back in 2016, where the UN had every 20 years, they have this conference called Habitat. So Habitat 3 was held at 2016, every 20 years. And there was a desire to look at a new urban agenda because we're aware that more and more people in the world are moving into the cities. So, of course, with cities, it's going to be a lot more congested, a lot more crowded. So we need to make those cities sustainable. Therefore, there was a need to discuss, and we need to come up with a new urban agenda, which we happened to discuss in Ecuador in 2016. And of course, there's many, many areas of topics within this Habitat 3. And then once again, the theme was safe cities and sustainable cities. So we're all working in the same area, SDGs and Habitat are all working the same area. I believe our rehabilitation world is also doing the same. I think someone's already mentioned, maybe Simon's already mentioned, the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And of course, that came in through 2006 and 2008. And of course, the number of countries now ratified the convention, and Poland, you ratified that in the year 2007. And you were also a signatory of the convention back in 2012. Okay. And things I like to mention about in convention, there are 50 different articles. And article number 2, it gives us a definition of universal design. So very good that a convention actually mentioned something, a tool, which is universal design. It gives it a definition. In Article 9, it talks about accessibility, absolutely essential. It's very high up in the order of things. Article number 9, and eventually Article 30 talks about participation in cultural life, recreation, leisure, and sports. And once again, it specifically mentioned Article number 9, what we need to do. States parties need to remove the barriers, to identify the areas, the barriers, and eliminate those barriers. I'm sure a lot of you share the same thing. And we need to look at that in terms of buildings, roads, transportations, outdoor and indoor environments. And Professor Arun also mentioned information communication technology, the ICT of things. So that's accessibility as a whole. I think we're all aware of the WHO report that 15% of the world population has a disability, 1 billion people now, and 80% of those live in developing countries. This is very much where we live, in the Asia-Pacific region and the South areas like Africa and Latin America. So 80% of them live in these areas, and we need to do something about that. In terms of the other population, and we're designing for as architects, you see the areas, I think Simon mentioned it, or yesterday speakers mentioned it, the ages of 65 and above. You see all the dark areas are with high percentages of people aged 65 and above, basically all of the North, and of course, Australia and New Zealand. So we need to design for this population. And you can see this particular graph, obviously it's going up. We're all aging due to very good medicine and technology. We're all living very, very much longer, healthy life, hopefully. And statistics says by the year 2050, at least 16% of the world population will be over 60 years and over. So this is the area we're actually designing to. In terms of physical barriers now, I'll go through very quick slides with you. The physical barriers we face in Asia and maybe in the poorer countries, developing countries. Obviously, without too much description, these are not accessible places. These are totally inaccessible places, very poorly designed pavement, road crossing, even a pedestrian footpath, so-called, could have a lot of dangers and hazards conditions, which are a danger to anybody, including wheelchair users. And you can see entrance to a park has so many barriers that it's almost makes it so unfriendly to get into any recreational or leisure spaces. Footpaths, parts of the Middle East, so-called pedestrian footpaths, it's full of things like parking meters and obstacles in a way which makes any wheelchair user, prams, people using prams and whatever, totally inaccessible. And even the designs of shops, right? Many steps, even hotels are stepped, which obviously someone in a wheelchair or using prams, etc., to make it totally inaccessible and unfriendly. So even in special schools in parts of the world, they design a ramp which is very poorly designed. It's slippery. It's got no handrails. So all these things, even in a special school, are not thought of properly. So we still have a lot of issues to face. And even so-called a ramp is done poorly. A drain like that in a pathway is obviously very dangerous. And a step at the bottom of a ramp obviously doesn't work. And even for the visually impaired, you can see there are meant to be a lot of steps without any contrasting colors to the nosing, stair nosing. We can't see where the steps start and ends. And that's very bad for someone who's low vision or visually impaired, or an old lady even. Someone who needs a good information in order to travel a space very clear, space safely. And this is obviously things are mounted far too high for someone in a wheelchair. And architects need to be very, very much socially responsible in designing something. This is a guide path, supposed to be a guide path for the visually impaired. Somebody obviously thought it can be placed right against the wall, which basically defeats the purpose of a guide path. No one can actually use that tactile guide path for wayfinding, and it's totally inappropriate and totally dangerous. We look at some good examples now in universal design. Very quickly go through these with you. I think Simon obviously shows some of his in his slides. And of course, we start off accessibility right to the air transport. The new Airbuses are designed with accessible washrooms. Fantastic. So it's a matter of airline companies ordering these aircrafts which has accessible toilets, which is good for everybody, everyone's use. Marine transportation, obviously we need all the facilities to make that usable. I think Simon mentioned in his trips, he was able to use some facilities well through his tourism trips. So these are the things we need to look at in terms of marine transportation. And of course, the train system, MTR, underground system that needs to be totally accessible, level access, user-friendly for everybody. The essential part of that is the gap. There should be no level differences, and the gap should be very, very narrow, as an example. It's a good example in Norway. The trains now equipped with particular ramp. The slide on the right side is a ramp that's fixed onto the train, so that train can go anywhere within the Norwegian system, and it can be pulled up by anybody. The lady attendant is able to operate that, and once again, you see a wheelchair user is able to use that ramp to get into the train, as well as anybody pulling luggages, etc. So we're talking about universal design, a carriage that's designed universally that can be used by everybody. Even on cable cars can be designed to be accessible. You know, it's always a very difficult one to do, but you can see this one example once again in Norway. People pushing baby prams can actually use the same cable car as wheelchair users. Very simple things. Level boarding for vehicles. This, a lot of people forget, because to get into the car, you need level access. Like in this person getting into the taxi, the access has to be level. The Japanese obviously have thought about that. So in their taxi stands, they have actually designed the taxi stand not only with a cover for bad weather or snow, it's totally level, and you can see there is a drainage system in order to get rid of the water, and that's perfect for someone who needs to have easy transfer from the taxi stand right across to the taxi. And of course, accessible taxis, there are many more are being designed and made. The ubiquitous London taxi, and many countries are designing taxis with ramps and accessibility involved. And of course, people who drive, we must have properly driving parking spaces and nicely designed guide paths and paths for people to move around, etc. So very quickly, an inclusive environment. Once again, this is accessibility for everybody to be able to use, quite friendly. Japanese pedestrian system, very well defined, very well colored, pedestrian crossing, cycling paths, and even tactile guide paths to take someone to the crossing. And this is Simon's back there now. The Sydney Opera House, once again, very popular. And as he mentioned, you can see the integration of steps and ramps. So everybody is able to enjoy the lovely scenery, lovely environment, being inclusive and equitable for everybody. And this is a Sydney, very typical, very nice Sydney examples of very good pedestrian walkways, no steps. So everybody is able to use the same pedestrian crossing, well-defined, well-colored. Everybody is able to see and cross in safety. And I particularly like this one in Brisbane, Simon, where the street posts are installed with signage, which basically gives you information of different buildings, etc., the direction, as well as information that we can see, sighted person can see, as well as information you can touch, it's tactile, and information is also in Braille. So it's basically multi formatted, so everybody is able to get the same information and use the environment very quickly and safely. And once again, different good examples of crossings where it's a raised crossing where cars have to slow down. It's for people and not the other way around. Nice street furniture, universally accessible, universally designed for everybody to be able to use very easily. Of course, the public toilet in this one is obviously universally designed. It's in different languages. You can actually operate it. The operational system is it's low, so people in a wheelchair can actually put the coin in and open and press the button and use this particular toilet. So this is the direction that we need to do, multi-languages and multi-function. And when we come to accessible entrances, if we do have steps, we can integrate it very nicely with a ramp, as an example in the museum in Canada. And once again, very simple to do. Accessible entrance, automatic doors, anybody can use, get in and out, as well as a stepless entrance where you still have good drainage and still be stepless and level access. Shopping centers, automatic doors, and wide turnstiling in for everybody to be able to use. A very good example out of Japan, very universally designed, where everything is universally accessible, the good color contrasting, tactile information, a lift where it's great information, mirrors on the back, handrails that are the right color, the right diameter, the right feel, and many buttons on inside the lift. And once again, nice big super graphics that's good for everybody to be able to see. And even there's a map of the toilet where information is in braille. It's visual, and you can see a map to guide someone who is visually impaired, who is a blind person, and tell you where different facilities are inside the toilet, so he and she can find the spaces and maneuver coming back out and be able to use that spaces quite safely and quite independently. And once again, very good examples of accessible bathrooms and wash basins, and where these example of a nicely designed tactile information on the floor, where someone who's visually impaired can actually identify where to stand to be able to use the accessible the basin, etc. So all these is very good. Once again, the auditorium, on one side of the auditorium, there are some steps for someone to use if they want to. On the other side of the auditorium, it can be designed with a ramp system. So everybody can basically get to the front of the auditorium, either using the steps or using the ramp system. And once again, the back of the seat also have information, the seat numbering in braille as well as in visual format. So very quickly, once again, the toilets and bathrooms got all the changing facilities, even a small seat to put the baby in there while you go and wash your hands, etc. Simon mentioned tourism. The groups are very, very good in tourism. Of course, it's a Disney organization. They know that they want everybody to be in there, whether you're in a wheelchair, whether you're pushing prams for families. They make it totally accessible. So, Disneyland has found the right formula in order to make their places totally equitable and accessible for everybody to use, so that they can generate more revenue. And place in Japan, once again, a very old castle, which is installed with an elevator on the side to be accessible for everybody to be able to use equally well. Sporting stadium, when they had the World Cup, of course, this stadium is totally accessible and to be inclusive, everybody. There's seating arrangements where people can actually sit along with other spectators and watch a football game, or watch athletics events. And this particular project we're doing in Hong Kong it's built on the old airport site. It's 28 hectares, and it's going to be universally accessible design. That's certainly one of the factors we are putting into this particular big major project. Sporting events, everybody can participate. People who are blind can equally enjoy skiing. Simon, you should be doing this, in a wheelchair, whatever you like. You can still mountain climb and do abseiling. You have the right facilities. You can still enjoy the country life, whatever rugged situation, you can still enjoy life. The facilities, assistive technology is there. And once again, even children can all enjoy the outdoor facilities, the leisure, and the things we just mentioned in Article 30. Of course, tourism, Acropolis is equally accessible for everybody to enjoy in France. ICT, Professor already mentioned. I think we need to use ICT in terms of the built environment, the external environment. And things can be designed for wayfinding, even for visually impaired person, can be designed for detection in a shopping center or in a railway system. And even Japan, they put braille information on cans, like a beer can. And of course, the vending machines are totally accessible, whether you're a wheelchair user or whether you're a shorter person or you're a blind person, can equally use that well. So safe environment, very quickly, we need to be safe. We talk about access, getting people into building. We need to get people out of building, which is egress. And we need to get building to evacuate during times of fire, natural disasters, and emergencies, evacuation. And this fire, obviously, the fire in London obviously created a lot of issues because it was not designed to be safe. And then we in Hong Kong have developed fire safety codes to be accessible. To be safe, we designed what we call refuge floor. We have high-rise buildings, and every 20 stories or so, we have these high-rise refuge floors, like in this situation, where people can actually find a place of safety. So we don't have to run down 50 flights, 50 floors to get to the bottom. We can find refuge halfway through. And these are the safe areas of rescue assistance we have to actually design into our high-rise buildings. And we have to consider now designing a high-rise building, maybe to use the elevators, use the lift as means of evacuation. And apart from that, this is the one way to get people down using this sort of assistive technology, these evac chairs to get people out of building, going downstairs only. Okay. And playgrounds, we mustn't forget children with disabilities. Our playgrounds should be made accessible for everybody to use, even children who may have any disability or children who are visually impaired. The way forward for us for disability inclusion, for accessible cities, obviously we need to have guidelines to make whatever, whether automatic teller machines to be accessible. We have to have universal design guidelines in terms of residential developments. Singapore has codes on accessibility, and they've moved one step forward. In addition to that, they've actually have what they call the Building Construction Authority. Every year they award buildings with this UD mark, Universal Design Mark. So if the building fulfilled the number of those requirements, they're given this plaque, and which they can put in the building, and they're acknowledged and recognized as a good building with this Universal Design Mark. In terms of standards, ISO standard 21542. Basically, I was very much involved in this document. This year we completed, and now I believe this particular issue now has been published in June this year. So it's 21542. It's called Accessibility and Usability of the Built Environment. So the designers out there, the architects said that do look in this new document. It may give you some good guidance on how to make our buildings accessible and usable. Teaching on universal design. A lot of the schools in architecture do not teach universal design as such. Even certainly when I went to school, we have no idea what universal design is. So the EU, European Commission, has actually instigated a guidelines and good example models of how to design, how to provide good curriculums for universities, design for all, from school to practices. Organizations can have, like the International Union of Architects, the UIA, have guidelines and policies and accessible, inclusive built environment. On the other hand, on the right-hand slide, Norway, fantastic. They have a policy, a national policy, basically says Norway will be universally designed by the year 2025. So I look forward to, hopefully I can get to Norway and experience a university city. The whole city of the nation will be university designed. I think this is the political will of that country to have the power to say, we will do something, and this is fantastic. They're setting world examples of what can be done nationwide. And once again, going back to disasters, those black spots, we have disasters every year with climate change, etc., getting worse and worse. Example, nearby Macau, that's happened a few years ago, massive flooding, and the most vulnerable people in such situations are elderly and people with disabilities. Okay, there are a lot of issues with that, and a lot of people basically perish because of inaccessibility and due to lack of information, and it's not well designed. So we need to look at that one in terms of relating to this Sendai framework. And basically it says disability inclusive disaster risk reduction. That's what we need to do to follow this Sendai framework.
Doctor, we need to finish this part.
Yes, finishing now. We need to build back better and to leave no one behind. And basically we need to be inclusive for everybody, include everybody in a community, and we need to build better. We need to make things accessible. We need to make things safe. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that all the presentations will be included in the materials later after the conference at the website of the conference, so you can always go back to the subjects. Now, I kindly request Professor John Takamura, Associate Professor of Industrial Design in the Design School at the Herberger Institute for Design and the Arts at Arizona State University, to deliver the lecture entitled Empathy-Driven Design, Design Thinking for Accessibility. So, Professor, your turn.
Yes, Unfortunately, I have to do my presentation on my phone because my internet is out in my city. Is it possible for someone to go through my slides?
We
To be
can
able to show,
share
because I can't actually share.
from our technical support the presentation of yours.
Okay, great. This is my first slide here. It's empathy-driven design, looking for accessibility. So let me just begin by the first slide, and that is this idea of
Just 1 second, okay? Just 1 second,
daydreaming,
please.
right?
Give us
So,
1 second.
all right,
Okay, we are ready.
okay. So the idea of the have thought of being somebody that you weren't, for example, um, rock star or something like that. Um, that's what we do is dating. But deeper into that, often we don't think of things that aren't so positive. Have you ever thought of yourself being homeless or living in a wheelchair for the rest of your life? Those kinds of daydreams or sort of things is what we call empathy. And that's sort of what the next slide is. It's defined as the action or understanding, being aware of, being sensitive to, vicariously experiencing the feelings, thoughts, and experience of another, of either the past or present, without having the feelings, thoughts, and the experience of fully communicated in the objective, explicit manner. This basically just means that you're imagining what it would be to be someone else, to have their feelings, their thoughts, without actually experiencing it yourself. The next type, we call it empathic design in design. And empathic design is the process of developing and understanding others, not just their overt needs, but their constraints, practices, problem-solving approaches, their tips, and the interrelationships between people. And as next slide, there is actually an objective for empathy. There are main objectives here. The first one is increase open-mindedness. Empathy allows you to become open-minded. Also, empathy reduces your bias about any given particular situation. Empathy also allows you to collaborate with research participants. And then, of course, empathy allows you to accept exactly what you see and hear in a more sort of inclusive manner. My next slide. So there's actually a design process to empathic empathy. Right? It's called empathic design. It begins first with observation. And that observation, of course, is of human behavior. Next would be capturing data. And that's various research methods, reviews, observations, surveys, these kinds of things. Then, after the collection of data, you're reflecting and analyzing that data. You're trying to find the insights on the human needs, the people's needs. Then, once you understand needs are, then you go through brainstorming for solutions, which is also referred to as ideation. Then, after you've come up with some ideas, you start to develop programs. And this is really to clarify whether those solutions are valid or not. The next slide introduce things. Now, this comes from the social sciences, like anthropology and psychology. And that the now the IOU common. And what we've come up with here at Arizona State University is our own system called the A by 4, which simplifies things to the 4 basic A's. The first A in the A by 4 are actors. It's also the people in poems or the users in the AEIOU. The next A is artifacts or the objects, the O in poems or the O in AIU. The third A is the atmosphere or the environment, the E in poems and AEIOU. And then the last is activities, which is similar to the interactions or messages and services that exist in the other accounting schemes. Really, the things that you need to become aware of in your observations are motivations. Why is the person or group doing what? Relationships between people and objects and environments or spaces, their values, their belief systems, to satisfy those unfulfilled needs of users. Also, opportunities are those actionable that we can actually take action on and solve. There might be events that are specific to a given situation, methods that people use to achieve their situations, or strategies, again, to negotiate situations. We're able to this with the AI. With next slide, right? It's published by Anderson and Rothstein at ASU. And if you go to the next slide, an accounting scheme is a method used to organize and analyze information about a given situation. Right now, with the AI, let me demonstrate. So that's the next slide. And so I like to use this example of buying a used car. Right, we've all had some experience, either ourselves or some friend of ours that is buying a used car. And basically, that first thing that you want to do for A is the actors. Who would all the actors be in this situation of buying a used car? Well, you want to think about who those people are and what their needs or issues are. For example, one of the main actors in this situation is the buyer, right? Someone who's looking for a used car. An actor would be a salesperson. Then you've got a wide variety of other actors that aren't the main actors. They're the sort of the secondary or supporting actors. Be the finance person at the used car, the mechanic who's going to make sure that the car is in good condition, even the young man who's washing it before you actually purchase it. So you want to look at all of the actors in any given situation, not the main actors. Let me get to the next slide, is the activities. So what would be the activities of some of those actors? Think about what they do and how they do it. For example, the buyer will be looking under the hood, doing searching on the internet to see if the car had any accidents or what is the value of that car. The salesperson, well, they will be telling you a good story about how this car was only used on weekends and by a little old lady, and how this car is just like brand new, and telling stories and things like that, right? That activity that the salesperson will also be looking in to check if you are actually able to purchase a car, and looking at your financial history and these kinds of things. The next slide would be, what are the artifacts, right? So the buyer might use their cell phone to check on the internet. And so the artifacts could be the cell phone. It could also be the website or the apps that the buyer is using as an artifact, right? The seller, they might be these forms that they have to fill out in order to sell you the car, the receipts and all of these other financial papers, the license plates and things like that for the car. So these would all be considered artifacts that the actors use in their activities. The next slide would be the atmosphere. And you want to think about both the emotional atmosphere or environment as well as the physical environment. So is this used car lot very dirty and dark, or is it clean and bright? That would be the physical experience, right? The emotional experience, is it a very high pressure sales where the person's really trying to get you to buy this car, or is it very low pressure and the salesperson says, oh, just contact me if you have any questions, take a look at what we have, and ask me if you need help. And so, it's a sort of an emotional environment or atmosphere, right? So you want to think about both the physical and the emotional atmosphere when you're looking at the atmosphere of the situation. So if I get to my next slide, if we do a review, gaining accessibility through empathic or empathy-driven design requires observation of human behaviors, capturing that data in some way, and then using the ABI for it, which is a design thinking method, as an accounting scheme to really focus on these 4 A's, right? The actors, the activities, the atmosphere, and the artifacts. Then you reflect and analyze on that and start to brainstorm ideas and then prototype. And this all leads to more accessible solutions when we get into the design phase. Now, I'd like to give another example of how you could use this in the built environment. So, for example, if we were to design a better shower booth that's more accessible in a single family home, we want to look at the actors, right? That the full family, it's a full family. We want to look at the grandchildren all the way up to the grandparents. We want to look at the activities, what's going on in that shower booth, and everything about it. We want to look at the artifacts, the soaps, the shower heads, the windows, the toilets, everything that's in that shower or bath room. And then, of course, the atmosphere. We want to look at both the emotional as well as the physical environments of that shower booth. And so when we begin a sort of a design process of making an accessible shower room, for example, it's often we begin with a how might we question, right? This is often used in design. And for example, we would say, how might we design a more accessible shower booth for a single family home with an extended family? So that would be a family that has grandchildren and grandparents all living in the same home. So going to the next slide, we would exhaustively look at all the possible actors that would enter that shower room, not just the family members, yes, the children, the grandparents, but the plumbers that might have to come in to fix the shower room, or any other guests or any other people that might come. We want to think of all of the actors, not just the main actors. Then we would look at all those human and non-human actors as well. Some people wash their dogs in the shower. And so, this has to be inclusive of both humans and non-humans in this particular situation. And then you would look at the activities, right? What's going on in the shower, and think of all the possible activities. Now, not to be facetious, but there's a lot more that goes on in a shower than just bathing yourself and washing yourself. Just ask any young romantic couple when they just get married. There's a lot of other things that go in the shower. And of course, what people do, wash their dogs. They do all these other activities in a shower. So you have to really exhaust all the possibilities of what goes on inside the shower. And then we want to look at the artifacts. What are all the possible artifacts that are happening? So if I go to the next slide, you think of all the things that could exist. Yes, we've got shampoos, we've got soap, we've got the shower heads, but then we have, like I said, glass doors, we might have plants, we might have, some people like to listen to music in the shower, so some people take phone calls in the shower. And so you want to look at all the possible artifacts that could exist in that. Then, next slide, we would try to exhaust all the possible atmospheres that could exist in a shower, right? And so you want to think of all the possible emotional as well as physical experiences that could occur in a shower booth. And when you do this process, you're really applying empathy. You're looking at all the possible scenarios that could exist from the actors, the activities, the artifacts, and the atmosphere of that shower booth. And so my last slide here is really, if we look at how might we design a more accessible shower booth for a single family home with an extended family, we're using this empathy-driven design to think about the actors, what artifacts would enable their desired activities, and what atmosphere could be designed to create and facilitate a more accessible solution for all people in that situation. And that brings me to the end of my discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now the last lecture in this part of the conference. If Mr. Michael Hess is present, then he will deliver the last lecture. In this blog entitled Empowering Entrepreneurship and Employment Through Accessibility. Mr. Hess, are you present?
I'm here.
Oh, great. Hello. Do
Good
you have the
morning.
presentation?
I am.
Or you want
Let's see.
to play the presentation by us?
Feel free to do it on your side. That would be spectacular.
Okay, could we? Just 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, so the presentation is ready. You can start, please.
Excellent. And good morning, everybody. My name is Mike Hess, and I am the executive director and founder of a United States nonprofit called Blind Institute of Technology. We help professionals with disabilities find employment through using accessible technology. If you want to go to the next slide for me, it should be about statistics. And again, I'm blind, so please let me know if the slide has moved forward.
Okay, so it's ready.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I used statistics in the United States here as I'm much more of authority figure with the United States data. However, when we talk to organizations large and small all over the United States regarding employment and entrepreneurship, we leverage the statistics that are here in the United States for a business case and talking about what we discuss as the greatest untapped resource on the planet, which is the professionals with disabilities community. Based on statistics alone here in the United States, there's a huge untapped resource of talent and ideas that are just waiting for an opportunity. Feel free to go to the next slide for me, please.
Ready?
Okay. And so first, when we're talking about, and I'm sure many lectures have already talked about, like what is accessibility, and quite simply, accessibility from products and services and environments to make sure that they are useful for all community members, including people with disabilities. And so many times when we're talking to organizations regarding accessibility, it's good for us to lay down the groundwork about what accessibility is for these environments and these organizations that we're talking to, again, about employment and entrepreneurship opportunities and helping to level set what these environments look like. And obviously, when we're talking in the digital space, everybody here on this conference probably knows that A11Y is the shortcut for digital accessibility. And techies being techies, you know, there's always some kind of a shortened acronym for that environment. So A11Y is the short form for accessibility within the digital space. Go ahead and move to the next slide.
Done.
Okay. And this should be on loss aversion. I just want to make sure I'm on the right space.
So it's a loss aversion.
Perfect. Yep. And so again, as we introduce employment and entrepreneurship ideas to large organizations from Salesforce to Allstate to Anthem and just some of the largest companies, CVS, we work with some of the largest companies in the world. Their hiring initiatives for professionals with disabilities. And so as we're level setting, we're explaining to them what, accessibility is in those environments. And we explain the statistics and building the business case. It's also super important to educate employers, hiring managers, leaders, the C-suite, what happens when, let's say, I'm the first blind professional that somebody has ever met. and recognizing that human nature takes over. So loss aversion is from Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, two professors from the University of Israel. And Daniel Kahneman won the Nobel Prize for Economics in 2002 for this concept of loss aversion. And loss aversion is simply avoiding loss versus having an equivalent gain. And so when people meet somebody like me who's blind, or somebody who's in a wheelchair, somebody with a prosthetic limb, somebody who's deaf, many times they have what I call a squishy feeling. They're not sure how to act. They're not sure what to say. And what's happening is you, as a human being, are putting yourself, as we just heard from the previous lecture. It's all about empathy. You're putting yourself in somebody's shoes, and that's actually a human trait. And what happens though is you're not sure, if you're putting yourself in my shoes, somebody who's blind, you're not sure how you're going to feel from that. And so you get kind of a squishy feeling, you get kind of an unsettled feeling if you're not sure how you would be if you were blind, how you would be if you were deaf, how you would be if you were in a wheelchair. And then, of course, there's all kinds of hidden disabilities as well, invisible disabilities that people just don't see at a glance. And so, but when we're talking to employers, when we're talking to venture capitalists about this space, we're always wanting to educate them that squishy feeling that they're feeling is loss aversion. It's a natural human instinct that's taken place. So we want to normalize or humanize those feelings to help them realize that the people with disabilities community are absolutely a viable talent solution for an organization. And knowing that squishy feeling, that human instinct that is taking place, we want to define it. And it's just called loss aversion. Let's go on to the next slide, please.
Okay.
And this should be my own loss aversion.
It
and my
is.
own loss of Yeah, and the loss aversion, again, it's in everybody. I had my own loss aversion. I was born legally blind. As a youth, found out in the first grade here in the United States that I was legally blind, and I was supposed to lose my eyesight completely up until my early 20s. And that's kind of what happened. But as I was getting older, I refused. I was stubborn. I was a stubborn youth, and I was prideful. And so I didn't want to use my cane to get around. And so I I was actually hit by 2 or 3 cars in parking lots and crossing the street and that sort of thing. Because I refused to identify as somebody who needed a cane. And so just to realize we all have loss aversion. This squishy feeling is something that is absolutely natural in everybody, even those of us who have disabilities and maybe do not want to identify, aren't embracing what we were given. And that's, so it's something that happens to all of us. So we can move on to the next slide.
Done.
Okay, and this slide is?
Screen readers.
Yeah, and so then as we're educating employers and the entrepreneurship ecosystem, we like to very quickly go over what accessible technology is and what it can do for individuals. So I was a developer, I was a coder, a network administrator, Cisco equipment. And I leveraged screen reader technologies, and screen reader technologies are ubiquitous across operating system platforms. And again, this is for the blind and visually impaired, but there are a lot of technologies that are for their motor skills impaired, called drag and dictate, and other type technologies like that. There's great artificial intelligence technologies that help with closed captioning for the deaf community. And there are all sorts of other accessible technologies that are very ubiquitous across operating systems. Next slide, please.
Okay.
And this is this the first video?
It's kind of a screen.
Yep. Okay. So you should be able to click. There's you should be able to click on that. That's a YouTube video.
Okay, give us a second.
Yep.
Czy mamy wideo? No, unfortunately, we cannot see the video. Just give us 1 second more, okay?
Yep.
Wideo powinno być na YouTubie. Okay, we have it.
Perfect. Go ahead and play it.
We can't manage work like this. That's why I use Monday.com. My team uses it to manage projects.
So here we are at the top of a test lead page that I've created for us with some record details on here. I've slowed my screen reader down so that hopefully you can understand some of the audio output that I'm getting. So from a user perspective, what is nice about a page like this is that we have the lead's phone and email address in the highlights panel. So I'm able to quickly navigate to that,
Are you able to play the
grab that
video?
information and use it as I need to in the course of my position. So we'll jump down there now.
I'm not hearing the video at all on my end.
Just a second.
Okay.
Okay, our technicians are saying that this is the video.
So lead test candidate, heading level 1, that's our main heading on the page.
List of 4 items, list of 6 items, phone, 5 emails.
Is the video
Send mail
playing
at
on your end?
tc@linda.org.
Because it's not
So
playing on
there
my
we
end.
have the lead's email address, and I'm able to grab that, copy, paste it, and use it as I.
Mówię, że to nie jest to. So, is this the video? Like, the voice is correct?
There's no video that I'm hearing no
So,
sound from my
because
end.
we have something that is called Salesforce.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the correct video, yes?
Correct.
Okay, so we are playing it now.
I'm just not hearing it
So
on
here
my
we
end.
are at the top
That's
of
the
a
thing,
test
so-
lead page that I've created for us with some record details on here. I've slowed my screen reader down so that hopefully you can understand some of the audio output that I'm getting. So from a user perspective, what is nice about a page like this is that we have the lead's phone and email address in the highlights panel. So I'm able to quickly navigate to that, grab that information, and use it as I need to in the course of my position. So we'll jump down there now.
Let test candidate heading level 1.
So lead test candidate, heading level 1, that's our main heading on the page.
List of 4 items, list of 6 items, phone, 5 email. Send mail link tc@linda.org.
So there we have the lead's email address, and I'm able to grab that, copy, paste it, and use it as I need to. So a lot of Salesforce pages are laid out exactly like this, with headings marking the page sections. So I'm able to bounce around the page and navigate quickly to what I need. So for instance, our next heading down is path.
Path heading level 2.
And this describes the workflow that we take leads through before we convert them over to a contact. But, phone and email address is not the only information that we track for leads in Salesforce. There are many other details that we track. So
Are other
I'm
audience
able to
members hearing the
navigate
video?
just as
Because
easily
I'm
to
not
the
hearing it on
details
my
tab
end.
to grab that information as well.
We are hearing everything correctly.
Tags heading level 2, blank. Activity tab selected.
If you could let me know
Details
when it's
tab.
done, that'd be great.
Select. Tab. Lead information heading level 3, but
And there we are on the details tab with all of this other information right at my fingertips, easily accessible for me to use as I need to throughout the course of my job. And similarly to the activities tab, this page is also marked out by headings. So
potential candidate information heading level 3.
potential candidate information,
Qualifications and interest.
qualifications and interests, just all the other things that we track throughout the course of our work.
Okay, so the video was finished. Now we are
first
going
video
back
is
to the
done.
presentation.
Okay. And so what we'd like to showcase, we like to highlight how accessible technology, again, we like to combine now with through the medium of video, some of the topics that we've already talked about, like accessible technology and screen reader technology. So when systems, pervasive systems like Salesforce, which is one of the world's largest CRM platforms out there. When accessibility is built in to those environments, leveraging screen reader technologies, employment opportunities, entrepreneurship opportunities are absolutely available to so many more community members. And there's one more video, if you could please, on the next slide, if you could please play that video for me as well.
Okay, just a second. Okay, so we had only just this one. So where's the second in this presentation as well?
Uh, I thought I sent you over the presentation that had both videos in it, but if you're only seeing the one, that's totally fine.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
Okay.
we saw only this one, this first one.
That's fine. So then the next slide should be perspective.
The next slide is true accessibility requires perspective.
Perspective, absolutely. Thank you. And truly, when you start thinking of environments, especially from the digital perspective, in A11Y environment, what you're able to achieve when you're thinking of accessibility from the workflow, from everybody's day-to-day job. And you're thinking of the different systems that you're using. Sometimes you're using Microsoft Outlook, or you're using Gmail, depending on what email client that you're using, whether you're in HR and you have an applicant tracking system. There are these environments have already been made accessible through A11Y efforts. So companies like Microsoft, companies like Google, for organizations with applicant tracking systems or other HR systems within Workday, Workable, different environments that are within the HR, those digital environments have been made accessible through A11Y efforts. And if you're a Salesforce administrator, if your organization has Salesforce within your work flows area, these environments have absolutely already been made accessible. So completely blind people like myself can go out there and we can achieve very high levels of performance because those A11Y environments have already been thought of. They've already been made accessible. And so our job is to help organizations all over the world realize that there is this huge untapped resource called the professionals with disabilities community. And when you are comfortable with your own loss aversion, all of a sudden now you're able to hire these professionals that are truly just waiting for an organization to say, you know what, we know that this is achievable and we can do this. So with the right perspective, you can broaden your talent pool and truly empower entrepreneurship and employment for the professionals with disabilities community. And there should be just the one slide at the end, which has my contact information.
Yes, yes, it's done.
Awesome. So that's who we are. So we're a United States-based nonprofit making a global difference, helping professionals with disabilities find employment. So follow us on social, and thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you so much. Well, I would like to thank all the panelists for their speeches. So we've just finished the English-speaking part of the conference. Let us have a break. We will meet at noon sharp. Dziękujemy bardzo. Teraz zapraszamy na chwilkę przerwy. Spotykamy się o godzinie 12 na kolejnej części już polskojęzycznej. Szanowni Państwo, zaczynamy
Ladies and gentlemen, let us start following part of this conference with the intervention, with the speech by Piotr Krasucki, who is the director of the Department of European Social Fund in the Ministry of Funds and Regional Politics. 3 years of Accessibility Plus program, successes and challenges for the future. Good morning to everyone. Will we be visualizing, sharing your presentation, or you are going to do that? I will. We can see it. Perfect. So thank you very much, and a very welcome. I've facing a huge challenge, having 20 minutes to tell you what we have done and what are our successes in Accessibility Plus program. This is the program that was started in 2018 when it was adopted by the government, and the program is going to be implemented by 2023. So we are like in the middle stage now, and we already have made a lot of changes due to this program. 2019, which was a year after the program was implemented, we adopted 2 bills, a bill on accessibility, on digital accessibility of site webs, which was the European directive implementation, and on September we had an act on accessibility for people with special needs, which was our own act. We haven't implemented European legislation, but we simply extended Polish dispositions. And then in 2019 and 20, we were implementing chapters of these 2 acts, of these 2 bills, relating, for instance, to the revision of the law, of the nomination of coordinators in every public entity. And a month ago, we adopted the last part of transitory rules for the claims for person willing to claim the lack of accessibility. This last stage embraced a very important, the PEFRON, the Polish Disability People Fund, had a huge role in this sense. By now, we have almost 9 billion of Polish zloty committed to the program, mostly from European Social Fund, but also European Fund for Regional Development and a lot of others funds, also national budget, Solidarity Fund and others. 8,700,000,000 zlotys, which is 1/3 of the whole budget that was foreseen for the whole implementation. So we are in the first step, and we are as funding at 30% of it. We have 40 measures or 40 actions in 8 areas within the program, and we have implemented or started around 100 initiatives that are meant to contribute to improve accessibility of over 1,000 different infrastructures around the country. The results are going to be seen in a while, in a year, 2 years, or 3 years. We know that the investment process is a long process, but for what we have started already, we have over 1,000 infrastructures that we have started to improve. Here you can see the whole matrix of our initiatives divided in areas. Of course, you will not be able to read it now, but this is a kind of a roadmap for accessibility in Poland, and it is showing what are the actions and measures that we have translated into different actions. Please visit our website, our portal in Poland, accessibility.com.poland, where you will be able to see deeply any of these initiatives. And now, really briefly, let me present what happened within these 8 areas. The most important the main area for accessibility is obviously architectures. We have started with trainings. We've trained more than 6,000 specialists and designers to embed accessibility for disabled people in the whole planning and investing process from the very beginning, from the moment the project is being prepared up to the end stage. And this is going to be implemented within this year, which is a center for accessible infrastructure. And that's a kind of spot, place where everybody will be able to consult their projects, whether their projects meet the requirements, accessibility requirements of the law and of the universal design. We have also implemented funding for regional authorities, local authorities, firstly with the Regional Development Program, granting 29 cities different grants. And now in November, we are going to open a tender for local authorities for investments meant to improve accessibility. Over 600 local entities that are going to receive these grants for improving their infrastructures within their public offices, or also other improvements in the light of universal design. And in 2019, with our act, we also implemented this accessibility fund that is going to fund that is funded partially by the budget, partially by the Solidarity Fund. We have already done 28 investments completed already. We are still having 54 other processes ongoing, and 76 are the projects that have been proposed but not yet funded. What are these investments? The fund is meant to fund the lifts for disabled people in blocks of apartments. We also extended this application for public offices, public infrastructure. The first 28 projects were lifts or elevators, building the whole infrastructure, and other smaller projects like ramps or other barriers like steps and others, thresholds.
Scope.
As far as the applications are concerned, it's about over 30 million zlotys, and we have granted almost 22 million zlotys. Our budget is 100 million zlotys, which will be growing in the coming years, but it all depends on how we use the initial sum, the initial allocation. Another area, one of the 8, is on the accessibility of public transport. The program foresees within these 8 years about 20% of 20% of the vehicles will be replaced. And so far, in the activities funded by the EU and by our budget, what I mean here is the railway. We were able to reconstruct 20 train stations and platforms on them, and they meet the standards of accessibility already. And we have bought 40 so-called combo carriages for trains that are accessible for persons with disabilities. And as far as public transportation is concerned, we have bought, within the last 3 years, we have been able to buy almost 200 zero-emission buses in 13 cities of Poland, and they also meet the accessibility standards. We provide trainings for the employees of the sector of public transportation according to the standards of service for persons with disabilities, and we have trained almost 5,000 employees so far. And thanks to the EU funding, we were able to run in 116 local authority places. We have initiated the service called Door to Door for persons with mobility problems. So we managed to improve the accessibility also of housing. So that's the door to door. Another area was spatial orientation for blind and visually impaired persons. And here 12 persons have been trained, and they will be then trainers of spatial orientation. Thanks to this, 96 people will also improve and raise their competencies, and 216 blind persons and visually impaired persons will go through this training. Another area is a dog assistant. We want to raise the number of guide dogs twice or 2.5 times. Another area is the services, also social services. And of course, we're talking about ones that are public and social ones simply. Here, I'm talking about mental health centers for youth, so that 9 contracts have already been signed and 6 are planned. Local systems of local economy, also for persons with intellectual disability. We have co-financed 6 projects. We have training, housing. We have a more professional assistantship and care for vulnerable and dependent persons. We, in terms of the whole service sector, it's not only for disabled persons that they have access to the public services, but also tourism. So we have this project called Accessibility Over Barriers or Barrierless. There are grants for social tourism, for youth hostels without barriers, and of course we also run conferences on this with persons with disabilities participating in them. Um, and the ministry is running this project for it's actually a competition so far. This project for youth hostels, so far 2 youth hostels have been renovated and have been redecorated in the sense that they are now accessible for persons with disabilities. We hope this number will be rising and the number of sports facilities will be growing. We are involved, as I said, in social tourism. We discuss things with the local community in Bielsko-Białej, in Zakopane. Even now, today in Jelenia Góra, there is an assembly on this matter, and the minister Małgorzata Jarosińska-Jedynak is participating there. She's responsible for the program of accessibility. Accessibility Plus, Dostępność Plus is the program. Another area is digitization, and we are legally supported here. There is an act on digital accessibility. We're trying to empower and to strengthen and support the implementation of this act. As we train employees, over 3,000 persons have been trained on providing or how to provide digital accessibility, and we also created validators for websites, 2 validators to verify the accessibility, digital accessibility. We also run audits for digital accessibility for public institutions' websites, and we were able to test 835 services, which obviously has an effect in the improvement of those websites. We also created and we are implementing an app called 112. That's the emergency number, but it's not just calling. It's just any reporting of any emergency for persons who are not able to make a voice connection, for example, a voice call, for example, deaf persons or hearing impaired persons. So it's just a name, application Alarm 112. Another area concerns education, educational services, and there is a EU social fund that is funding some of those activities. One project is an area of an accessible school, is the name. 186 elementary schools will be made accessible. Now we have almost 89 schools, so we're sort of halfway through the project. The investment funds are at the local authorities already. First, we created a model to standardize it more or less, and now the first 90 schools will be able to implement it. So we've got 35 contracts. We also have a project for universities and colleges that are to be made accessible. Over 170 colleges will be made accessible, out of which 152 are already implementing the changes that have been implemented or worked out in the first stage of the project. But we want accessibility to be just always present there, that not just the new students, but also the graduates that graduate from the university are also equipped with the knowledge on accessibility for disabled persons. We have trained 1,300 employees of universities so that they know how to deal with accessibility. And we have been able to implement modules of universal designing in 35 universities. So the future architects, the future engineers, the future designers who will be on the market, on the job market in the future, are already now being trained in universal design. We also run assistantship services for students with special educational needs. We're developing standards, or we already have some standards, but we're developing changes, and we already have 640 persons. And there is another innovative project, an assistant of a student of school of university, also with ASD. And thanks to that, 40 neurodiverse students will be able to graduate, be socially active and professionally active. Now, health service. We run a lot of activities, and the program is called Accessibility Plus for Health. We have grants of accessibility for 250 outpatient clinics and 50 hospitals. The budget is about 300 million zlotys. We want to have services like translating into sign language or inductive chain or various solutions. And it's already been 43 outpatient clinics that have received almost 23 million zlotys. And in the beginning of 222, and now at the end of this year, also we will have another recruitment for another 250 outpatient clinics and 48 hospitals as well. We try to work with the business sector, and we try to make the products that the accessible products are advantages that are have a stronger position on the market than the other ones. So we try to show the economical advantages that are a consequence of accessibility. That's also important in the context of an aging society, not just in Poland, also in the EU. So I think this is it's so important to make the Polish products accessible, that they are possible to be used by persons with special needs. And the coordination of activity. Managing the program itself, what concerns here, what we do with the ministry and with the institutions, is that we need an act. So we have an act since 2019 that was accepted and passed back then, and it has been implemented already. I mean, it has gone into force already, and that is an act of concerning the demand on the accessibility to persons with special needs, of buildings, of websites, of reporting, and we are running a complaint procedure on that as well. I mean, the act of law foresees a complaint procedure here, and certifying the accessibility as such. This year, we also, for the first time, we were able to perform a task that we will be doing every 4 years, and that is the accessibility of different facilities in Poland. We report on that, so we would like to report. We have a national report on the accessibility of different facilities, and we would like to know what the complaints are usually made about, where there is the greatest need and the greatest demand for services for public places to be made accessible. Every 4 years, we would like to have a report like that and to be able to address those needs, to see the progress where this Accessibility Plus and the Act of Law is effective. In terms of coordination, what is also important, what I'd like to mention, thanks to the European funds, also on the Act of Law on equaling the rights for persons with disabilities and the Act of Law on implementing the European Directive of the European Act of Accessibility on accessibility, there will be a compulsory accessibility of various products, even like vending machines or tickets, park meters, all places like that. In order to function on the European market, these products will have to meet the required standards, just like now they have to meet the standards of the safety and security. So there will be a sign, a symbol that will be marking products that comply, and they will have to comply. By 2025, this is an inter period that we have time to adjust to these requirements, to teach those entities so that they are able to address the needs. We have set up a Council of Accessibility, and this is an advisory body for the minister. It comprises of experts that create opinions and advice on creating the law, on improving the awareness, social awareness in terms of accessibility. We're trying to consult all of our activities with the Council of Accessibility, and we have called a body called Partnership for Accessibility. This is like a declaration of cooperation for various organizations to carry out the main ideas of the program Accessibility Plus. We've got 228 institutions, public institutions or local authority institutions, non-government institutions, as well as private companies, also small ones and big ones, just like companies of the state treasury as well. And within these 3 years, we've been able to publish various manuals on accessibility, how to provide accessibility in different aspects. For example, for institutions of culture, for shopping malls, for local authorities, for various entities. And I welcome you and I encourage you to follow because this is all accessible online, and here you can see our website and contacts that you can contact us. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that it was so quick. I was not able to say everything that there was on the presentations, but there's always so much. There are a lot of initiatives. Thank you. And you can take a look at them in more detail on the website. Thank you very much. We would like to switch off the presentation to see each other for a moment, to switch on the cameras. So we cannot hear you. We cannot see you. We can hear you, but we cannot see you yet. Okay. No pewnie.
W tym momencie. Proszę spróbować jeszcze raz może włączyć, wyłączyć kamerę, bo to czasami pomaga. O, wspaniale, dziękujemy bardzo. Jeszcze raz bardzo dziękujemy panie dyrektorze za tą prezentację. Faktycznie tych inicjatyw jest bardzo dużo, a czas nas...
The initiatives are so many. Thank you for sharing this in short. Now we have another presentation of Ms. Małgorzata Radziszewska from the Department of Accessibility of the Polish Fund for Rehabilitation of Disabled People. And it is called PEFRON for Accessibility, 30 years of experiences and new challenges. So we would like to Ms. Radziszewska to take the floor. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to ask you to share my presentation with the audience. I hope it's going to be possible because I have no such possibility. And I was ill, so you can see that my voice is very weak still. Please forgive me.
Prezentacja już jest widoczna, bardzo proszę.
Jeszcze raz serdecznie Państwa witam. Jest mi
I'm very pleased and honored to be here with you, with such a distinguished audience, and present you what we have done as State Fund for Rehabilitation of Disabled People. The speaker before me, Director Krasocki, focused on only 3 years. I'm supposed to focus on 30 years, still having only 20 minutes. I'm in my kitchen. As yesterday, one of the colleagues said, the kitchen is the perfect place to share and to talk to others, so I'm in my kitchen also. So I will switch off my camera and I will just run through my presentation, which is entitled PEFRON for Accessibility. Next slide, please. Explaining the mission of our fund. May I see also my slides on my screen? I'm not seeing it. I would like to be able to see what you are sharing.
Prawdopodobnie musiałaby mieć Pani włączony kanał YouTube, ale będziemy na bieżąco.
Well, we will change your slides. Just let us know. We will be handling that. Thank you. So, starting with our philosophy, the fund's mission is to make it easier for people with disabilities to fully participate in work and community life. We are acting on basing on the Act of May of 1991, the first act, and the current act dating back to 1997. Next slide, please. PEFRON has legal personality since not all funds have legal personalities. We are a state purpose fund and we are based on Public Funding Act. We are financing vocational social rehabilitation of disabled people and their employment. And we are using definitions that are adopted in Polish law system, which are disabled peoples. Our funds come primarily from employers who do not employ people with disabilities. I will not be explaining the mechanism since probably you all know it very well, but the PEFRON itself is a very open employer to all kind of disabled categories of people, and our rate of disabled employees is 13%. In our department, it's like 20-25% of disabled people that are our colleagues. So this is a great thing to say. Also, the participation, we know exactly what we do and why we do it, because we do it also for ourselves. And that's absolutely in line with the convention. Next slide, please. The main task of our fund is to support the employment of disabled people, and the main beneficiaries are employers, Polish employers, and our main task addressed to the employers is co-funding the wages. For example, in 2020, the budget of PEFRON amounting to about 6 billion zlotys, of which more than 3 billion was allocated for salary subsidies. Some years ago, our fund and the legislator altogether, we made a kind of great change, allowing these salary subsidies to all market, so not only sheltered workshops, but also regular businesses. But of course, employers can benefit from funding also from other sources, not only our fund. Our vision is in line with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which has three elements: social model of disabilities, universal design, and accessibility, which is spreading, like the idea of accessibility is spreading and is embedded in any of our actions. Back in 1993, when PEFRON was set up, we implemented two innovative programs supporting disabled people, like in housing area, or like registering a concert, or funding a mean of transportation. Within these 30 years, we have implemented a number of initiatives for accessibility that before we called barrier eliminations. And I think that the both ideas are very convergent. And so our activity is very wide, and I will be explaining only the most important ones, like independence assistance, means of transportation, special transportations, new technologies, housing accessibility, employment, self-employment, public infrastructure, education, tourism. I will only specify this in a very general way, since need to respect the timeline. So we have these tasks that are resulting from our Rehabilitation Act, then our supervisory board needs to adopt programs, and then we can co-fund programs like the ones that Director Krasucki was explaining to you. So you can see here the intersection of different ministries and authority, which is needed in order to make it work smoothly. Let's talk about independence and assistancy, the first area of our activity. We haven't yet introduced assistancy as a legal requirement, but there is such an element in a number of public programs, and we have this program implemented by PEFRON or by ministry, Polish ministry, and that is a first step toward a legislation on personal assistance, because the President of Poland has already announced that such a legislation is going to be adopted. So what we do are subsidies for the purchase of electric wheelchairs, scooters, orthopedic and other items to support daily living. We reimburse costs of issuing certificates and the assistance that I already mentioned. Next slide, please. Now, individual mobility. This is one of the most frequent activities, common activities that we are financing and we are funding. Like helping in buying a car by individuals. For now, currently, we are not financing these kind of initiatives anymore. Perhaps in the future we will resume it, but we still can finance or fund adaptations of car for disabled people. 23 millions of zlotys were allocated for such a purpose in 2019. We can also co-finance the cost of obtaining a driver license for a disabled person. These are our routine actions that we have been doing for years, and it's a very well-known thing that if a disabled person needs a driving license, the whole procedure can be co-financed, co-funded by our fund, also needing a special equipment in a car or other adaptations. Here we have transport means of public transportation and specialist transportations. We have this possibility to co-fund this kind of special transportation means for different centers. We have already financed over 2,000 buses for this kind of disabled people centers, and also over 600 special buses. Another change that we are implementing right now is the service door-to-door, In over 100 municipalities, we have already implemented this service, co-financed, co-funded with European funds. And on this slide, you can see also new technologies, which is another area of our activity to support the participation of disabled people, like funding for the purchase of computer hardware and software, modern prostheses. And here, our financing is a very important element. We also give possibility to submit applications via the internet. This year we have implemented the comprehensive information and advisory services information and advisory services, because modern technologies, the awareness of disabled people is not keeping pace to what is going on in the world, also for the financial part, because of their lack of accessibility to it. So these are they cannot access this digital world, and we are trying to facilitate it to them. Accessible housing is another area that where our assistance and help is very needed, and elimination of architectural barriers is our well-radicated kind of activity, and also improving the accessibility of multi-family residential buildings with some other institutions in Poland. We can co-fund this kind of investments and improvements thanks to the Accessibility Plus program, that is a very cross-sectional program.
So another area is employment and self-employment, and we support the adaptation and equipment of the workplaces to the needs of persons with disabilities. We also have something like especially supported the labor market, which is a sheltered labor market. We also run something like occupational activity centers, and within the sheltered labor market, we support persons that do internships, that train. We also run grants for starting a business or agricultural activity in terms of self-employment, and we support employment according to European standards. Now, in the new slide, you can see our areas of support for of our activity to support persons with disabilities. The first area is maybe not the most important, because I think the most important is the education also of a higher one, but in terms of universities, we support implementation of a new model of education for the rehabilitation and management specialists, but we also support the elimination of barriers, physical barriers in educational institutions, and general barriers as well. And we co-finance the costs of higher education for those persons. So altogether, The barriers are the main reasons why persons with disabilities are not able to participate in education, especially higher education. So one of these tasks here that I already mentioned is subsidizing the costs of higher education. Thanks to this, the level of education has risen, substantially risen among the persons with disabilities, at least twice recently. And the level of interest, the degree of interest of persons with disabilities in participating in higher education is rising, has been rising, but maybe not as dramatically because of demographic reasons. So that's different. We will be testing the employment of specialists who are supposed to assist persons with disabilities at universities and the centers of managing rehabilitation at universities. Now here we have public entities. What we would like is, what we support is barrier removal in public institutions, in offices, in the regional level, in the provincial level as well. Also rehabilitation facilities. We are supporting the adaptation of those facilities to the needs of persons with disabilities, as well as we would like to implement the Act on Accessibility that has been passed. Another slide shows the leisure, sport, culture, and tourism, the various possibilities of opportunities of disabled persons being able to participate. And the PEFRON funds, to some extent, support this area as well. A lot of them are run by non-government organizations, a lot of projects within competitions and projects that we run as well. We talked about 5 projects that are being assessed, and altogether the aim is to increase the accessibility of culture, of trainings, of competitions, also of sports events. Very often they're run by non-government organizations, and we co-fund these events. Our organization also supports and publishes certain publications. We've got a quarterly called Niepełnosprawność, Disability. We talk about issues, various problems and solutions there. We also fund studies, research, analyses, brochures, manuals, also in the forms that are accessible for various modalities and disabilities, for example, visually impaired persons. Here I will be talking about certain challenges that we face, and this path that PEFRON takes is within the stream of new challenges, and it is within the act of ensuring accessibility to persons with disabilities. PEFRON is also active as the one who runs various activities. And here, of course, it's not the only area, as I said. We've got, we develop strategies for the persons with disabilities, also according to the Act of Law on accessibility for disabled persons. So on the one hand, we try to ensure the accessibility of our very organization as well, but we also run a complaints procedure that persons also and entities are able to not only file applications but also complaints. So you can apply and we support in that, or you can complain. I have already been talking for 26 minutes, so I know. But this complaint procedure is not actually something that scares people away. As I see it, it will provide us the possibility, but also the information on the scope of their needs, because these complaints do talk about the needs that there are, and this material can be analyzed. This data will be the basis for planning various activities and support. So the Act of Law also defines the minimal requirements. And here, I'm not going to be talking about it now, but it's also something crucial here because it's not only a challenge for the fund, but also for all public entities that the Act mentions and refers to. The next slide talks about the statistics and some numbers for you. In 2020, almost 200 persons had their rehabilitation equipment and orthopedic items subsidized. Also, 25,000 persons benefited from grants for the elimination of various types of barriers. 25,000 adults and over 6,000 children participated in rehabilitation camps, periods, vacation stays, all kinds, and over 44,000 persons benefited from subsidies in the area of culture, sports, and recreation. It was not easy to collect objective data. But from the last 10 years, what we know is that about 50 billion zlotys was allocated for the social and vocational rehabilitation, and we subsidized the services of sign language interpreter. The cost was over almost 1 million zlotys. Almost 620 million zlotys were used for subsidizing the participation in the rehabilitation stays. Altogether, I've been working for over 26 years, and this is my vision that I have. That's a long-term vision that what we would look like if we didn't have the funds from our fund. And I think in general that the vision for the future is that we should be carrying out the tasks that we were talking about. Mr. Krasuski was also talking about, and the government programs and the issues that we've been talking about. The acts of law, reforming the act on the assessment and personal assistance. The last slide shows my contact, so you can contact me if you're interested. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for my throat. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Thank you very much. We would like you to be patient for 2 minutes, and after technical break we will be connecting on the last block of the conference. Thank you. Nie słyszymy. Zwłaszcza jak wiesz, to czasami nawet coś dopowiesz, żeby wyjaśnić, nie? Jak rozumiesz, o czym ktoś mówi.
Witamy serdecznie.
I would like to welcome all of you after the short break. Thank you so much for being patient. This is the last block of the conference, and we'll be talking about accessibility in different aspects for persons with different disabilities. Professor Ewa Domagała-Zyśk will introduce us into this block, and she is the director of the Chair of Special Pedagogy at the Catholic University of Lublin. She will talk about listening and hearing persons who are hearing impaired. From the experience of supporting university education of students that are hearing impaired. Good afternoon, welcome. My short introduction, but even the more cordial one. In this session, I am going to present Professor Kirenko, hopefully can hear us as well, and Professor Ewa Pisula, who's probably with us as well in Warsaw. So you're all invited and welcome to listen to the presentations because they talk about something that is very important. The university needs various institutions for persons with disability, just like PEFRON, of course. So every presentation will be mentioning PEFRON, but we think that various institutions who work within this field, various agendas, various organizations, they need a university. They need a university so that our activity, our university and non-university activity is evidence-based, is based on some concrete information that results from scientific research, academic work, and it realistically is able then to support persons with disabilities. Whether this support takes place at university or in other places is actually secondary. What is crucial, what is of primary importance, is to ground the support and have it evidence-based, to have it a long-term oriented, and this is what the university does. So thank you and welcome all of you professors who are here with us. I'm very glad there are some persons present in the room with us, but I also welcome all of you who are there online with devices of various sorts, and this is how you are able to listen to what we have to say. So we can show the slides now. I will be talking about students who are hearing impaired. We talk about them jointly as one group, but it might be worth mentioning that these groups sometimes are varied. I'm trying to run the slides because these groups comprise hearing impaired persons as well as deaf persons, and this is actually not the same. We're waiting for the slides. There we have the first slide. As far as the support of hearing impaired students are concerned, at our university, PEFRON is celebrating its 30 years of anniversary. We actually also celebrated, we're also celebrating 20 years of this support, because in '99 we started working, cooperating more intensively, because hearing impaired persons have always studied, not only at KUR but also at other universities. But we've been supported by PEFRAN for some time. This support varied. We used the Pythagoras program. There was a program called Active Local Government. There is a competition called Otwarte Drzwi, Open Door, and we have had awards in that. Some names that are worth calling here is Professor Marek, who was a plenipotentiary of the rector for disabled students. He is the creator of another organization that is supporting us here. So Professor Marek is important, I would like to say. Another person that it is important to mention in this anniversary is Professor Kazimierza Krakowiak, who has been supporting students in various ways, also hearing impaired students, but also she was also able to support the establishment of a center for hearing impaired students, and this center is trying to create and develop various forms of support for students at our university, but it's also possible for students of other universities to receive the support, and we also have students from other universities from Lublin who benefit directly. We also share experiences with other universities within Poland. So far, we've got almost 100 graduates from various faculties. So this was pedagogy, psychology, economics, law, history, mathematics, German, English, philology, or architecture of landscape. And why am I saying this? I would like you to be convinced that hearing impaired and deaf students don't only study surdopedagogy, the pedagogy of the hearing impaired, but they actually can prepare and get education in various fields according to their interests and passions. As far as the academic inclusive education, academic inclusive education is concerned, so we call it generally, we, based on various models, we are able to contact various persons who deal with inclusive education, but this model that I'm showing now says that is the Booth and Ainslow model. It means that we don't only have the induction loop here or some other solutions. Of course, they do change the picture, but we simply support them also in other ways. We have laws, we have internal laws of the universities. We have various programs running that our students can use the support of various programs. But there is another very important dimension that is an appropriate culture, a culture that creates a way of thinking of the students, but also employees. And the culture and the change is not seen there as some kind of necessity that might be welcome or might not, but as some basic attitude that should be there, because some say that if inclusive education is not at universities, especially at Catholic university, but also in general, universities are places where such approach should be there. Otherwise, if they're not used at universities, we cannot actually expect other people to hear our voice at other institutions, at schools or at offices. So, in general, the needs of hearing impaired students, the hearing impaired students' needs is so important. Let's see what kind of supports do the students get. Let's start from the very recruitment. So if there is a person from a little town like Grudziądz or Pruszków, they have an idea they would like to study at our university, they can already contact our Office for Disabled Persons and find out what kind of support is available for them and what is not available for them, because it's not there yet. Because we are still not at the stage where certain types of support are there that we would like to have. So the Center of for Disabled Persons is one. We've got Kulkan, we've got the office where students come and before they even decide they would like to apply to the university, they are already able to know what is there for them. Now, when they become students, we offer each one of them something that we called a tutoring. That is an individual guidance that is of an academic type, but also a personal one. So a student can count on the support in terms of the curriculum, in terms of adaptation of exams, of certain classes, or consulting, or also receive some support on how to study, how to learn, how to prepare. But also, it also sometimes concerns guidance on what next. How do I organize my life after my studies? Perhaps I should change my qualifications. Perhaps I should get some other education. So this is what they also get. We also have Polish as a foreign language classes for students who do not speak this language, because Polish is the language that classes are being taught in, or also a special course of English language, because I am the one that has the honor to run this English classes. We also have a club, a students' club, that is called Surdus Lokvens, and that deals with hearing impaired persons and education of them. And this club, the young people, have organized conferences. Young people who are hearing impaired, they designed this cycle of conference called "This is not being talked about." For example, what people after graduating, what they do, or how a hearing impaired person can use psychological assistance, psychological counseling or guidance, or interactions between among hearing impaired and non-hearing impaired students. So a lot of topics that we wouldn't come up with if not this club, and we've had participants from other countries as well here. Now, in terms of the services available for students, this has looked different according to the year, according to the faculty. Thank you, the sign language interpreters who have been with us for these 2 days. But also hearing impaired students use simply notes, taking notes made by volunteers of students of the same year, or volunteers who are internees within this organization, or simultaneous noting. We wait for persons, we welcome persons who are able to type very quickly. It's not so easy, but it's another challenge, that it's another need to be met. Another service is phonogestures. phone gestures as a communication method for hearing impaired persons since '84. They have been known in Poland. Professor Krakowiak has worked with them in the chair of special pedagogy. The activity has been actively been talked about because they're trying to make them more popular. It's called Cued Speech, and Cued Speech Europa is something where the participants are being prepared in Polish, Italian, French, and other. This is a special method that helps children who are deaf or hard of hearing to better understand spoken language. Students at KUL are able to learn English as a foreign language in a specially adapted environment. These are either very small groups, like 2 or 3. Right now, one of these classes is running, or individual ones. And in terms of students who are hearing impaired, they want to speak English, and a 25% class is not able to provide conditions for such education. So this is really a tremendous difference for them that they are able to learn a foreign language. We have developed a model that we're also sharing with other universities. We base on experiential learning. What has been experienced by students in personal life or in academic life, we try to name in a foreign language. That is the conceptualization. Then is the experimenting phase, where you use the language in different situations. And then finally we come to the moment, the cycle, where we actually use the language again in everyday or in some other contexts, academic context as well. We have very good experiences of this model in practice. We also use universal design. It's not just a slogan for us, but it's every day, because as you see, the examples from textbooks that we try to use those that already at the publishing, at the editing phase, are designed universally. For example, all the films are recorded with subtitles, or there are a lot of visual stimuli, or once some elements like especially prepared cards with texts to be read out loud that use a font that is appropriate, that has a pastel background, for example, not this black and white contrast, and there is some space to simply handwrite or type a content that is there. So this universal design is actually there every day that we're trying to implement. We have some publications that are available also in an online version, so you're welcome to use them, to look into them. They are in Polish or in English. And briefly, to mention the effects and the challenges. I know I've been talking for 17 minutes. Yes, so what are the effects of this support? Do our activities actually, can they be called successful? Yes, we are, because our success as our students is not slogan. This is what is really happening. The success is each graduate of BA or MA. Our students are lawyers, are employed at various positions where they not only support their families, but also realize their competencies and use their skills. But what is also our success in terms of English is that our students are active And they are persons who actually speak in the name of persons who are hearing impaired in Poland and in other countries. So they can be representatives of the deaf community. This is a European Association of Hearing Impaired Persons. And here this picture shows an international federation of hard of hearing young people, where there are representatives of different continents, and our a graduate who is a PhD now at our university, she has an important function in that organization. So thanks to the fact that these persons have gained these competencies here, they are able to become advocates of the community of hard of hearing persons, and we really would like to acknowledge and we appreciate their work. Now, what are the challenges recently? Well, the challenges with the pandemic obviously have recently shaken the system of support, because the didactics should be shaped in a totally different way, and not in an emergency way that we have been trying to do it in the last 2 years, but a well-thought didactics that is foresighted and uses various technologies for the benefit of hard of hearing people. We've been researching this topic, and both our students and students of elementary school, a lot of people said that they found remote education quite good, because they could hear the teachers very well. They could read the lips. They could hear them well because of the headphones they were using. And also using the English, they were able to create the subtitles automatically using the available software that is there. So actually for hard of hearing persons, the remote education was quite beneficial. So we shouldn't actually push away the experience that we have gained through the pandemic times, but use it in the future. Our book that is available online contains a manual on cooperating with the students who's hard of hearing, and here are some rules how to work with persons with hearing disability to make the education more effective. Another challenge is with concerns the digital competencies. It's not just the didactics that has been shaken during the pandemic, but also the labor market is changing and will be changing, has changed. There will be a hybrid labor market, and the remote work will be more and more frequent, and this requires new competencies of our students. So it's not just what we have been working on so far, when we were developing various competencies in close contact with the person, in personal contact, but also competencies that you need in remote work, that is to be more independent, to be because you cannot rely on a person who can show you with their hand that here in this window there is a mistake or whatever. So these are new challenges for the academic didactics, as well as for students and for preparing students for the labor market that is increasingly is becoming hybrid. So these are the challenges of hybrid education, hybrid work. Education will never will never be again totally personal or totally hybrid, but I think it will totally remote, but it will be to some extent hybrid. So this new inclusive hybrid education model, we hope to be created and effective, and this is our goal. My experience for hard of hearing and deaf students is what I have shown you. I hope that the other presentations today will show you different perspectives. Thank you those who could see me live and those who could receive what I said electronically. Thank you, the interpreters and the sign language and the English-Polish interpreters. Thank you very much. A great applause for your presentation. Now another remote presentation, indeed electronic. The first one is the one of Professor Janusz Kirenko, who is the head of the Pedagogy and Health Education at the Institute of Pedagogy of University of Maria Curie Skłodowska. Yes, I hope I am being seen. Yes, we can see you. Well, you can see me to some extent. My camera doesn't always do what I want it to do, but thank you. I'm very glad. Welcome, everybody. My presentation is more theoretical, which does not mean that it is only based on literature, because for many years I have had my own experiences as a person with disability, but also of my research, monographs, my publications. So therefore, I would like to share some reflections and in the form of a sort of summary to revise the social model. So confronting the human being, the modern human being, that are present in the tradition, in the ethical norms, and also in the reality where to become active in everyday life, and the innate ability and the innate call to develop. If that means only that we only focus on meeting our needs, biological needs, that is more biological, but if we are striving to achieve goals that also concern other persons, that is a social activity. And very poor activity is called passivity or social passiveness. It is called pathology or disability. So any disturbances here, to some extent, pathologize the psychophysical health, and the rehabilitation not always enables us to return back to the initial state and cause a lot of changes in almost all spheres of personal and public life of a person. That makes the person dependent on others, which is difficult because a person with a disability is subject to the same laws of development, of biology, of the society as other persons. However, the society runs according to laws that mostly concern people without disabilities. Therefore, this is where the difficulties arise from. There are certain deficits that are sort of initial and certain ones that are sort of secondary because they are a result of the initial ones. For example, of the social sphere. Very often the impact of the economic and social factors is not taken into consideration in the definitions and in the theoretical approaches. We have been very often focusing on the biological aspects and physical aspects and not on the social and emotional ones. And of course, there have been problems with defining disability as such. This has its consequences, for example, not only in education, but also in social assistance, in insurance, in various fields, and also the focus on the medical aspect of disability has been too strong at the cost of the social one. Recently, this has been changing slowly, and also the terminology has been changing in terms of for example, autonomy. The new new approaches, for example, in the International Classification of 1997, tried to combine the biological and the social concept of disability, which has resulted in 2021 in that the WHO published a version called International Classification of Functioning of Disability and Health. And this is the model that is being used now for disability, the concept of disability, and the concepts that are related. And introducing this system of classification has forced us to revise the way that we approached it. Medically speaking, the language was changed, a new assessment and not only assessment, of course, but assessment also has been changed and the names have been changed. It's not a classification of persons anymore, but of features that are characteristic, the features of health and the impact of the environment. So what is advised now? The ICT and the international statistical classifications on illnesses and other health issues can show us a wider, broader picture of the health of an individual and of the whole group, society. Therefore, disability is seen as a multi-aspectual phenomenon, which is referred to as functioning physically and in terms of the organism, as well as in terms of the participation in the social life, especially two contextual ones that deal with the interpersonal relations. The concepts of disability called like names like retarded or dysfunctioning have been replaced with other ones. And the message was that actually disability is a social contract based on the interaction of a person and the society, and therefore should be seen as a phenomenon dependent on the social context. What is interesting is that this perspective is more well, whether it is subjective or objective is, of course, another issue. But what is interesting here is that activity and participation in everyday tasks and activities. This is an important issue, and and the potential troubles and impairments in this participation. Of course, disability will always be a negative aspect. I mean, disabling anything is negative. However, it is possible to see a lot of positive aspects, and it should be seen positively in various contexts, especially when these contexts may empower the persons who actually become less disabled. In terms of the outside context, the these concepts, what disability actually is and what it isn't, of course, is not only present in the international classifications, but is also a subject of other academic considerations on the contextual meanings of this term, the term disability, and how it is interpreted. The image of disability seen as a medical problem has, of course, been changing. The mental concept has been changing, and these mental models have been changing on what disability actually is. Now they more and more include the social functioning. And examples of some models here in the literature are various. There are various models, the moral ones, the rehabilitation one, the economical, professional, discriminative one. The most popular ones in the literature is the medical or biological or individual. One is social and one is psychosocial. And they all together should belong to the epistemological and methodological assumptions that should create the whole concept. And of course, the components are all the attitudes, approaches, assumptions, but also the consequences that are also the assumptions and prejudices and so on. So it's a loop. And in terms of medical rehabilitation and the medical aspects, if we only focus on that, obviously we get improvement in the biological sphere, but if we only focus on that, we might actually even more strongly impair the functioning of the same person socially. And this approach was criticized by the environments of persons with disabilities because they are seen or perceived as dependent, unable to receive education, and not as a partner. And thus, these persons that represent their organizations, when they noticed these problems, they saw that there are so many differences in these approaches, and also the organizations themselves decided to create a model, and the model that they proposed was a social model, that disability is actually, as I said, a social situation. It's not an attribute of the person. It's not the limitations, personal limitations are the cause of disability, but the lack of certain services from the society to meet the person's needs. That the needs are not taken into consideration to a level that is enough to meet those needs. So, from definition, of course, some needs are not able to be met so easily. So this new model puts the disability within the society, and takes a different approach, not just of the person with disability being adjusted or not adjusted to the society, but of the society being adjusted to the person with disability. So this model actually aims at accepting the individual through the limiting of barriers, of advisory bodies, of empowering persons with disabilities to participate more actively in creating these solutions. Also creating a social acceptance where the most important element would be the necessity to change the mentality as well as a social identity. And according to the theory also, might create a situation when persons with disabilities become ordinary. So the concept of a disability that I'm talking about, that is talked about a psychosocial one or a mixed model or whatever, from 2001, combines this biological and social approach to disability. Thus, the problems and limitations for the persons to arise. What is important is the impact here is of the personal features and the feature of the environment. This model of the human rights is an interesting approach as well. Well, of course, we're dealing with some issues like denormalization, like all other ones. But anyway, the literature in the field calls various models, not just the WHO ones, but also those that are the model of social limitation, the model of the process of disability emerging, or a mathematical model, or a matrix model of disability, or a model approach to the core of disability by Mark Presley, or a constructivist approach, social constructive approach, or an affirmative model by John Swain and Sally French. But all of these are actually social models. They are very important in creating social projects and rehabilitation projects. So actually, showing one model is not only difficult, but sometimes impossible due to the consequences in the approach to persons with disabilities, because according to some model, the same person would be considered disabled and not able to participate in the social life or in the working life, in the professional market. But according to another model, they might well be. So therefore, the multiplicity of the different models makes it rich but difficult. A lot also depends on the tradition, on the political system, on the culture, and on the material resources that one has available. Alongside with the development of humanity, this has been changing. And we would like to solve these problems. Sometimes the humanitarian and humanistic approaches might give an answer. Altogether, the social changes and the advances in medicine, of course, are of great importance here. And we see social consequences on the whole society. Altogether, we would like to make persons with disabilities to know that they are able to contribute to the society. And the more we are aware of this, the more we will make the world accessible for all of us to participate so that they are able to make choices and to take responsibility to manage their own lives by persons with disabilities. The individual model here, for the individual model, these activities were natural. But after the critique of this model, these aspects of activity had to be approached by the term empowerment. That means they were first disabled and now they have to be empowered in the social sphere. What is important here also is the interpersonal bonds and social bonds. That is another aspect that I would like to draw your attention to. What is important here also is that we simply pay attention to each other in all aspects. Thank you very much. Thank you for this very interesting theoretical view. Now we would like to welcome Ms. Eva Pisula, Professor Eva Pisula, who comes from the University of Warsaw, who is the head of the chair of Psychology of Health and Rehabilitation, and she will talk about persons on the autism spectrum in the social world, the availability and activation. We can hear you and see you.
Jeszcze teraz swoją prezentację i także bym poprosiła o potwierdzenie, czy ona jest dla Państwa widoczna.
Tak, widzimy ekran, widzimy. Prezentacja jest widoczna, także bardzo proszę.
We can see your presentation. Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for the invitation to this excellent conference. I would like to make my greetings to PEFRON for their anniversary. My theme relates to the people on the autism spectrum, which is more and more common. We know perfectly that the people diagnosed with autism is increasing. The number of them is increasing. The World Health Organizations estimate it's about 1 or 2% of the whole population, which is a huge amount of people who need support due to their difficulties, and they need to be understood in their particular situation. We still have this dominant medical concept in the area, which is very visible in the diagnostic phase and in the treatment phase, putting emphasis on the greatest weaknesses or and all these pertains to the social communications, to the social interactions, social information, and behaving in a way that is socially acceptable. So we have these classification schemes who can be placed within DCM-5 or ICD-11, which is a kind of limited flexibility, which is very important for the adaptation of people's behavior. ICD-11, which is supposed to be implemented very soon and will be very important, is putting emphasis on the fact that this population is very diverse. Which is composed of a number of groups that are different in terms of intellectual capabilities and of use of language. And what we see currently is another tendency that is treating autism in the context of neurodiversity, that autism is seen as a manifestation of neurological differences resulting from natural variation in the human genome, with a number of ramifications. Autism is a very complex phenomenon in this way of thinking. of course, bringing a lot of difficulties, but also a lot of strong capabilities, abilities, and modes and ways of contributing to the social life. In this case, we must eliminate these barriers which are an obstacle for such people to participate in social life. The autism spectrum is a very specific one. When we think how a person is functioning in social life, we see the main problems relate to the communication with other people. We have this implicit difficult to understand disorder, no visible signs of disability. This population is very diverse. We can have people with heavily intellectually impaired, and we have also people who have excellent intellectual capabilities. The same goes for use of language. We have a lot of people, authors of books and publications, and we have co-occurrence of other developmental and health problems, making the frame of these weaknesses and strong points very diverse and very unlike what we normally see in other people. I'm not going to list all difficulties, but mind you that besides the social communications difficulties and this routine in daily functioning and difficulties to accept any changes to it, a very important thing is strong fear, a fear that accompanies any unexpected change, new things, any pressure. So in such a situation, a person with highly developed competences may find themselves in difficulties and needing help. Then come also other problems with physical environment, which needs to be adapted to these special needs. And the situation of people with spectrum, we can distinguish four elements within it. Barriers, the first point, stemming from what autism is, which is a difficulty in communicating, the need for things to be stable and unchanging in life. And then we have this very low social understanding and perception of what autism is, with stigmatization, with excluding such people from different life situations. And it's a problem that is really emerging as the first problem when we speak to such people and they explain us what are the greatest barriers that they see in their social lives. And then we have limiting or limitations or the situations where they are unable to be active and they cannot participate. And they may also put these limitations on themselves out of fear, bringing frustration, impeding learning, limiting development. And the result of all these things is a dependence on others, on other people's care. And from that, reduced well-being, mental health problems. We already know a lot of what can be done to improve the situation of people with autism spectrum. I'm not going to elaborate on that deeply because there are a lot of studies on these cases. But what we can suggest are small groups, are groups fully inclusive, and really putting attention on what are the educational needs of these people. We can help them in communicating, adapting communication ways, providing assistance support where necessary, as we have heard today. Clear and predictable environment, visual cues, action plans, pictorial instructions, which is necessary also for other types of disability. It is also important for autistic persons.
Stosowanie naszych
On the other hand, we need to adjust our expectations, our social expectations, to the needs of persons on the spectrum. Some very often our norms are not that important, and we have to be flexible sometimes as well. We could hear very interesting information today on the technology, on the accessibility that is enhanced. A lot of apps are being tested, and a lot of software developers are interested in creating software that supports plan and monitor your activity of movement, travel, a lot of therapeutic or educational assistance programs that help us to travel, to move around, and persons with on the spectrum, they are very happy to use a lot of these developments. Now, I'd like to focus on two issues. One is what is actually the picture that we can get from various reports in terms of the participation of persons on the spectrum, and on the other hand, what is actually going on here? Although during the conference we've been able to hear a lot about various issues here. Now, what about the accessibility? Here we could hear a lot, and a lot is being done by non-governmental organizations. There was a report by the Synapses Foundation on persons on the spectrum, and another foundation that does these reports is the Jane Foundation, and another one that we had was by universities. A lot of universities work with that, and another one was it was very fresh. It was made in 2018. Another one was in 2016. And every once in a while there are reports being published with information on the situation about persons on the spectrum in terms of their participation and availability and accessibility. And these reports all actually show us very sad results. The conclusion is that the accessibility remains limited. There is a lack of knowledge of and social understanding. There is a low level of knowledge in the society. There is incompetence, lack of preparation, negative attitudes in terms of, for example, participation in sports, participation in the medical healthcare, and in general with participating in everyday life. And what is being stressed in those reports very often is the negative social attitudes and lack of knowledge and lack of social understanding. I'd like to stress that again, because this is a very important area that shows how much there is still to be done, how much we have to do in terms of education, also professionals, also doctors who diagnose autism, or teachers who work with autistic children. at various stages of their life. Lack is the word that is actually being repeated and repeated in those reports. There is no access to information on services, especially when somebody lives outside of a big city. The programs are very often not really evaluated, and this evaluation doesn't really allow a full and in-depth insight about what to change, not just to assess, but what to change and to bring some concrete results. The public space is not adjusted. The persons on the spectrum are not able to participate in various public affairs and public events taking place in the public sphere. The sphere, the air, the environment is not adjusted to their level, to their sensory features. A lot of parents say that, for example, it's very difficult to find a dentist for a child who is on the spectrum because that requires additional competencies and skills on the part of the doctor. So there are a lot of other ones. I will be talking about more of them because these reports, we can say they have different methodology. The groups vary. However, you might want to look at certain other publications that have been prepared by state agencies. 2012, there was a report by the Ombudsman, and it was not on the autism spectrum only, but on persons with disabilities as such. And there you can see very interesting data on autism. In terms of the percentage of children on the spectrum among the children with disability. And in preschools, it was 25%. And then in the following education of higher levels, it was lower and lower. In secondary schools, it was 0.8. Well, now it's already 10 years past. But this phenomenon that we can see, that was the prognosis that the number of children in the schools will be falling, and what we can observe, the number of the students we hope to be rising. Of course, these numbers are a result of various factors, but they are important information for us. And it is significant to see there was a recent report on Autism Awareness Day on the 2nd of April in 2020. There was a report showing the positive and negative aspects of the effects of education of persons of Asperger's and also generally the autism spectrum. So the Court of Auditors said that the continuity of support is a problem. And when we reflect on the persons on the spectrum, is that the lack of the continuity is actually the greatest problem. The situation of adults is especially difficult. On occupational therapy and professional activation workshops are much less being used because of this lack of continuity. Of course, there is also not enough staff. And the programs are not always effective. However, we need to develop the system of support, and the information is sad because on the labor market, we're not different in Poland than in other countries here, that also in other countries, also Western European ones, that the persons on the spectrum rarely turn to labor offices to actually seek employment. And from 50 to 70%, persons on the spectrum, it depends on the data source, are persons within the intellectual norm. So here, actually, of course, you have to be able to, we have to support all persons, but especially persons that are within the intellectual norm, we are not using their potential also on the labor market. And of course, there have been a lot of activities that have been lacking, but also to balance the negative aspects, of course, we have to say that various methods and mechanisms are being implemented, and it's also at the level of PEFRON. We had the opportunity to hear about these projects in the area of social and professional rehabilitation and activation of persons on the autism spectrum, including those implemented by non-governmental organizations. They're innovative. They allow us to implement very cutting-edge technologies and also absolutely modern general solutions and approaches. So thank you also, Pafron, that a lot of them can be implemented now thanks to your funding and your activity as such. I wanted to brag about what we're doing here at the university because we also have a lot of activities and a lot of our achievements. At the University of Warsaw, we're testing different solutions, and so please allow me to say in the whole area of non-government organizations, we can point to certain accents like some actions like quiet hours. The Gym Foundation has been introducing quiet hours at shopping malls or at the cinemas that have that are adjusted for persons with a higher sensory sensitivity and persons with autism. A lot of supermarkets also introduced these quiet hours. The Museum of Modern Art has introduced also sensory-friendly hours and activities, and so various institutions and various also commercial entities decided to adjust their sensory experience and their general conditions of participating to persons on the autism spectrum. Now, the persons that are especially vulnerable here are adults and persons that is only 1/4 or 1/5, but they face a lot of different problems starting from the very diagnosis and actually throughout all the stages of their life. Also persons with co-occurring health issues or developmental issues and sexual minorities. But what we actually need, I would just like to mention three things, because the report that I quoted says, but we all know that is a need, is that we don't have the knowledge in Poland on how many persons with on the spectrum there are. We don't actually know how many there are of them, and we don't really have precise information on persons on the spectrum, and the studies are of a selective character. They never show us the whole picture. They only refer to groups, but some central level of perhaps of study is necessary. It's not possible to for them to be run by single institutions that are smaller of scope. We don't have an integrated program or a plan of activity in Poland. So I put an example of a plan that has been developed, that was developed in Great Britain. I actually translated it into Polish. And what we need is a program like that in Poland. That was the National Initiative for Autism Screening and Assessment. And what we also need is social education. The barriers, namely the social barrier of the negative social attitudes and of exclusion, is actually one on the very top of the list. And what the plenipotentiary for the disabled persons said yesterday is not just the education where we want the persons with disabilities to be introduced as persons needing help that require to be receiving, but are full participants and have the same rights. And the rights must be respected. Nobody is Einstein or Newton or whatever. We know these names here, of course, that are here on the slide are famous persons that we consider that have been on the spectrum. But everybody has a right, and these activities that are being run by various entities should lead towards that. We were always at the beginning, we are still at the beginning of the path, but a lot of activities have already been started. So thank you, and I would like to wish PEFRON a lot of success in supporting persons with disabilities, including persons on the spectrum. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. I would like Professor Ewa Domagała-Zyśk to conclude this part of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, after Professor Ewa Pisula's presentation, we would like to talk more. Despite the fact that we are tired, us here and you there. This is how good conferences should actually finish, that we would like more and not that we're just tired. So in the beginning of our conference, we had presentations also of today, persons from abroad. We also had presentation from the ministry and also Department of the Accessibility by PEFRON. We also had presenters from the university here. Today was a very important day, and I know the conclusion and summary should be multi-aspectual, but I would just like to select a couple issues. I think what I would like to stress from this conference is that in order to act in the field of disability, we still have to develop within ourselves and in our community this respect for diversity. In general, we are diverse. This is just a fact. Biologically, socially, we are different. And when we are persistent in creating respect for diversity as such, the rest will fall much easier. Another thing that should be stressed at KUL, especially here, that these presentations of yours that have shown us some technical aspects and very practical ones, or more theoretical ones, just like Professor Kirenko said, there was altogether one big need to notice and to appreciate not disability but persons. So we need to personalize our activity and be able to see a person. It doesn't matter if this person has a disability, because first of all, this person is a John, Kathy, or whoever, might be a mother, might not be a mother. So this aspect of distinguishing a person in the person. Another thought, the third thought on the support that PEFRON is offering, that everybody that has been presenting here, the different levels about the support, is that hopefully in the next 30 years or 100 years of your institution, of the other institutions that have come here, I hope we are at the stage where we have already accomplished a lot, but there is still a lot to be done. This support, thus, needs to be not just being side by side with another, what we called tolerance, but also participating and being active, not just within the ACF framework, what I'm talking about, not just tolerating each other, but being together with all this diversity and this personality diversity to develop these coming decades at different institutions. Thank you so much for enabling me to summarize and to conclude. I would like to thank the president who is present with us here. Thank you, those of you who are in the room and who have been connecting with us. Thank you for your activity. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Professor. The topic is, of course, not fully yet finished. We will have the recordings available for you, and the presentations that were not possible to be shown will also be there on the conference website for you to see. So you can take a look at the presentations on the conference website. And now, Ms. Drewniak from the PEFRON. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to the partners, thanks to whom the conference could take place. I'm talking about the government plenipotentiary on the disabled persons and the Catholic University of Lublin of John Paul II. I would also like to thank all the speakers from Poland and from other countries who, despite the time differences and different time zones, were able to discuss and to present your message to us, especially on the solutions also, and on the different approaches that you have to the disability, and also yesterday on the activity of in the professional sphere from the Polish and from the foreign perspective. The remote form of the conference made it possible to connect with guests and participants from other parts of the world. Yesterday was almost 1,000 openings at YouTube. And as the presenter said, everybody who was registered will receive links to the materials so that you can come back to the different elements of the presentations that might seem interesting to you. Thank you, all the participants and all the speakers, those who are present here in the room at the Catholic University of Lublin, but also those who are connected via YouTube or both at the Polish and the English-speaking channel. Thank you to all of those who have been active here, the interpreters, the simultaneous interpreters that have made it possible for the Polish and English versions, but also the sign language interpreter of the Polish Sign Language, who have provided the possibility of access to those persons who use the Polish Sign Language. And thank you, everybody, for the support, technical support and other support. I hope to see you in the future. Thank you.
Tym samym
Thus, I would like to finalize and call it a day. Thank you.